harsh.
God, it's a bit harsh. Haven't even started yet. What very, very sad news about Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. Isn't that sad?
No.
Kanye West and Kim Kardashian are splitting up as a couple, and both are now seeking new partners whose names begin with the letter K.
Whoop-dee-dee-scoop-poop.
That doesn't include you, Melania.
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. Too busy trying to avoid Mr. Grabby Hands in that ridiculous place that they've got in Mar-a-Lago. Mediterranean temperatures of up to 61 Fahrenheit are forecast for parts of Britain this weekend as a substantial plume of Saharan dust travels towards the country, which will make your car even more filthy than it is already.
Oh, no.
The south of England is likely to reach 59 Fahrenheit tomorrow, on a par with Rome and Nice, which will be nice, before nudging up to 61 Fahrenheit on Sunday. And you double it and add 32 to get evil, unelected European socialist centigrade. So that's double 61 is 132. 132 plus 32 is 164. Wow. It's going to be 164 centigrade in the south of England on Sunday. Can you believe that?
No.
Saharan dust is now moving towards the Central Europe, with experts expecting... experts yet... predicting that it is going to arrive in southeast England by Sunday. Because it comes over here, makes us warm, but not everywhere in Britain will be nice. Heavy rain and winds will be more likely in the west and the north. And I think I know what that combination includes. Just checking while you wait. My stupid phone doesn't recognise my fingerprint anymore. It's me, you idiot. My smartphone is stupid. One moment. Glasgow. Aha! Raining tonight and raining tomorrow. What? Not raining on Sunday. Sunny. But people who live in Glasgow haven't got anything for sun. Also sunny on Monday. Pfft, rubbish. And then raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday, and then not raining on Thursday or Friday or Saturday or Sunday or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. This phone's broken. That can't be right. Something is afoot. Some places will see more than the usual amount of rain for the entire month in the next 48 hours, and that probably does not include Glasgow, because if they had as much rain as they'd normally get in a month, in just 48 hours, that entire town would be floating out to sea. The Met Office issued a rain warning for Devon, Cornwall and South Wales until noon on Sunday. A separate rain warning is in place for areas of Scotland until 9 p.m. tomorrow. Forecasters warning that spray and flooding on roads are likely to extend journey times. No, they won't. Not if you speed up, they won't. If the conditions are abysmal and you can barely see the road ahead past the end of your bonnet, simply go faster. Overtake on the inside. Don't stop at roundabouts. Just blast through like they're not there. Nothing bad will ever happen to you, as you are a special and wonderful person. Of course, if you are in a Range Rover, you will already be doing this, and we appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you.
So we'll be going from snow and weeks of freezing temperatures to balmy spring-like conditions. Who'd have thunk it? It's almost as though you can't tell what you're going to get next with the British weather. It's unpredictable. Who could have predicted that? So tomorrow the Met Office predicts an east-west split with wet and windy conditions in the west and drier weather in the east. Which I bet is hard to say under certain conditions.
Booze.
An east-west split with wet and windy conditions in the west and dry weather in the east. Wow. Made it twice. Occasional sunny breaks, most likely in south-east England and East Anglia, wherever that is. Sunday and Monday, mostly dry, cloudy, sunny breaks. Heavy rain spreading to the west on Tuesday. Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast for the next 4 weeks?
No.
First, dry and mild, then unsettled weather arriving in the west, strong winds, coastal gales, drier further east. By the end of February and into early March, more settled, but, and it's a big, giant, wobbly but, raining in the northwest.
Affirmative.
Then the middle 2 weeks of March, dry and settled, temperatures a little below average at the start, maybe overnight frost and snow and ice. Snow and ice. Although towards mid-March there are signs of a change to more unsettled and milder conditions. More unsettled and milder conditions? I suppose we'll have to take it. The Queen has confirmed that Prince H.R. Puffenstuff and Meghan's Sparkles will not be returning as working members of the royal family nearly a year after stepping down, Buckingham Palace has said today.
Oh, no.
Royals who don't work, whatever next? The announcement was made in a Palace statement at midday today and sees the Sussexes quit for good more than 1 month before the one-year Megxit review was due to be concluded on March the 31st. They will be reviewing the Princess Megxit. Buckingham Palace referred to the Sussexes as much-loved members of the family. Yes, they're much-loved members of the family that we don't speak to anymore, who have been banished. And it said that they were saddened by their decision. Saddened by their decision? They didn't do any of this. Stripping them of their titles. Anybody want to see them stripped of their titles? Maybe. It was also revealed that the Queen had written confirming that in stepping away from the work of the royal family... Stepping away from the work of the royal family, it is not possible to continue with the responsibilities and duties that came with a life of public service. Really? Why not? 3 minutes after the palace spokesmodel put out that statement, Hazza and Meghan released their own statement saying they remain committed to their duty and service to the UK and around the world, and that, quotes, we can all live a life of service. Service is universal.
Correct.
That's weird timing, isn't it? I mean, 3 minutes it took after the palace put out their statement saying, essentially, Harry, who? Never heard of him. He put out his statement 3 minutes later. I mean, that's some seriously fast cobbling together, ain't it? Unless he knew what they were going to write and when they were going to write it, and he had already pre-written his response. Or his office had. His wait persons. This whole thing is just so utterly ludicrous. I can barely get through it. But I'll try. I am trying. 3 minutes after the spokesmodel from the palace put out that statement, Hazza and Meghan had released their own. 3 minutes is what it took. We can all live a life of service. Service is universal, which is completely correct in every respect. Why not? What's it got to do with the palace? It seems right to me, but that didn't stop the usual suspects in the press from having a collective fit that you could see from the Mars lander. That the John and Yoko of the royal family should actually have an opinion on anything now that they've departed that institution is driving some journos and their credulous readers to distraction. Royal fans released a statement. They said... The way that people are reacting to those two wanting a life of their own, away from the preposterous bubble of majesties and princes and princesses and all that ridiculous Disney fairy tale nonsense, is completely unhinged. It's as though people who class themselves as patriots think that Harry and Meghan have set fire to the Union Jack and punched us all in the face. Here's the story. A middle-aged man got married and left home to forge a life elsewhere. He didn't rob a charity. She didn't trade in child slaves. They didn't hang out with Jeffrey Epstein on Lolita Island. They wanted to get away from the constant carping of the British press, who seem to want to tear them to shreds for their readers' amusement and to make money. and lead a life that any of us would get if we could get it. I mean, seriously, would you like to trade places with them too? Of course you would. And yet they're being yelled at by a whole country for being traitors and disrespecting Granny. Well, for crying out loud, if your mother was hounded to death for being photogenic and ostracised by that very family for daring to have opinions on things and for marrying a man 12 years older than she was, when she just turned 20, to a man who wasn't really interested in her and who had an affair with someone while the nation's lenses pointed at her like his infidelity was her fault, well, I think you'd want out too. Why would you want to stay with that dysfunctional family? And they're being criticised for not lounging around doing not much for their share of the £82 million a year that we poor dopes give them every 12 months, which is on top of their so-called private income, which amounts to over £20 million a year, which derives from giant parcels of the country that were taken from whoever lived there hundreds of years ago. I mean, seriously, that's where the Duchy of Cornwall estate comes from. Some ancient entitled royal took much of the country for themselves 700 years ago, and it's still theirs. What about that sounds right? People who live on it today aren't allowed to buy the freehold of their house because Prince Charles personally vetted the law so that it didn't apply to him. People who live on the Duchy of Cornwall estate, created in 1337 by King Edward III to give a present to his son for excellence in being daddy's little darling, are not allowed the same rights as the rest of us because it means that Prince Charles would be financially inconvenienced. So they sit in their homes, the lease ticking down to zero, unable to buy the freehold of their own houses or to sell them, so that they eventually become worthless to them and their heirs. And if there's anyone who knows anything about giving assets to their heirs, it's the royal family. What's right about that? I'd want to get away from that family too, wouldn't you? It's just as the Queen personally vets laws that apply to her. God, wouldn't that be great if we all had the ability to change laws that apply to us? To change the law so that our finances remain a secret, even from the taxman. In fact, how about this? If it was the law that the government notify you of any prospective bills or acts that were going to affect you so that you could give them your consent, or not. What about that sounds right? Compared to wanting to go out on your own and earn your own money, which is what Hazard and Sparkles are doing. And yet the ones that don't work are the heroes. And the ones that don't want us poor dopes to keep them in the manner to which they have become accustomed over centuries of just taking anything they want, they are the villains. What a mixed-up, muddled-up, shook-up world, eh? So the story so far, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. I bet if I went to the street with a clipboard with a tenner pinned to it and asked 100 people at random who the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are, I bet I'd be faced with blank stares. People would be going, I don't know. They'd be saying. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex quit as senior working royals in March 2020 to earn their own money in the US, where they have signed deals with Spotify and Netflix, estimated to be worth billions of dollars. And before you say, well, they're just trading on the royal name. Well, the royals tried to trade on this new princess, didn't they? That wedding. What was it? 32 million quid of our money? Hazard and Sparkles didn't organise that. The royal family did. They wanted some glitter to enliven the public's interest. Because who else did they have? Charles.
Boring.
Nobody cares. It's like he's from another era. And so they put the hopes for the future of the business in the hands of the young uns. And nice though they appear, Wills and Whatsit haven't got it. That star quality. Meghan has her too. So the royals were all in for using them to keep us interested in their brand, hence the over-the-top wedding. But the plan became unstuck when Meghan didn't want to live in a fishbowl. with all the ridiculous rules and protocols and all that silly curtsying and Your Majesty. I mean, think about that for a second. Your Majesty. It's like we're living in a cartoon. What's truly weird is that the people who couldn't stop yelling about unelected officials in the European Union as a reason to leave the EU are the same ones that sit by the road with their thermos flasks, waving their little plastic flags for a glimpse of the Queen zipping by, and who will fill the comment section of the news sites with bile about Meghan the traitor. I mean, there's no more undemocratic institution on earth. You get to rule a country based on who your mother was. It amazes me that there's so many people who defend it. Like they're defending their own honour. News flash, the royal family do not care about you. They oversee laws that can affect their staggering wealth. They throw out ones they don't like. They have power that they use to shield themselves from the sort of scrutiny that every other family in the land would be subject to. They strike out laws that might affect them personally, and they have the entire edifice of British officialdom to do their bidding and defend them on their behalf. What's democratic or meritocratic about that? But instead of wanting to change this country into a more democratic and modern one, people cling desperately to the past as though that's where our future lies. Well, if our future lies in the past, we're in a pretty bad place, I'd say. Meanwhile, in the present, Hazza and Sparkles have lined up an interview about how their lives have been with Oprah Winfrey on March the 7th, which made the British press have a major cow. I mean, they're already writing stories about betrayal, and they haven't even filmed it yet. A Buckingham Palace spokesmodel said in a statement issued at 12:01 p.m. today, Friday, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have confirmed to Her Majesty the Queen. I mean, Her Majesty. I mean, come on. Her Majesty the Queen, that they will not be returning as working members of the royal family. So says the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, according to this statement by the palace. Following conversations with the Duke, the Queen has written confirming that in stepping away from the work of the royal family, it's not possible to continue with the responsibilities and duties that come with a life of public service. The honorary military appointments and royal patronages held by the Duke and Duchess will therefore be returned to Her Majesty before being redistributed among working members of the royal family. Working. Okay, you know what? It's not a life of public service if you can amass a fortune running into the hundreds of millions doing it. Let's stop kidding ourselves. That's not serving the public, that's winning the lottery. And as for giving those supposed responsibility to other members of the royal family, who? I mean, can you recall the names of any of the others? Which ones would you wait in the rain to see? The Earl of Wessex? I bet you don't even know which one that is. Father of Lady Louise, who is brother to Viscount Severn. Ring any bells? No, the reason the press is so indignant that Hazza and Sparkles are off is that they're supposed to be the cover fodder for them. They were supposed to be the story that the papers could go to on a slow news day to boost circulation, that they could monster in print on a daily basis, safe in the knowledge that they'd never fight back. Well, they did fight back. They left. And the papers are bereft, and they're lashing out like a toddler that's been denied a treat at the checkout in Sainsbury's. I mean, that statement from the palace, by the way, was followed a couple of minutes later, like I said, by the one from the dynamic duo. It's so weird. A couple of minutes later. And that statement said, as evidenced by their work over the past year, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex remain committed to their duty and service to the UK and around the world, and have offered their continued support to the organisations they have represented, regardless of the official role. We can all live a life of service. Service is universal, which is pretty much putting them in their place, I'd say. You can do good. You don't have to have anyone's say-so to do it. And To those of you who want to say something along the lines of they're not doing good, they're just cashing in, well, you could say that of the rump of the Windsors that are staying here. They're just cashing in. They're not doing good, not really. Showing up for a chat at a fete, that's not doing good. Neither is lending their names to so many charities that they'd have to visit 10 a day, every day, to fit them all into 1 year. I mean, how much of the hundreds of millions that the royal family has squirreled away do they actually give to charity, as opposed to inviting others to do it on their behalf? And yet they're spoken of as the most charitable people in the world. It's 2021, and you're still spoken of as committing treason if you so much as think of any of this stuff. And you'll be smashed to bits for doing so by the papers. Principally because they think it's their job to smash the royal family to bits. They really don't like it if anybody else gets in on their act. I mean, the whole thing is just properly weird, isn't it? I mean, just stop and think about it for a moment. It's as though this country is living in some sort of alternate reality. A reality when if you ask for and receive a pay rise during a recession, when everybody else is suffering, on pay that's £82 million a year on top of the private income, which is at least 100 million a year, on which they voluntarily pay some tax. We don't know how much. We aren't allowed to ask. That pay, by the way, went up from 475,000 in 1971, 475,000 a year in 1971 to 82 million a year today. I mean, the big change was when it stopped being the civil list, paid directly by the government, but became a percentage of the proceeds of those vast tracts of prime land that were passed down for hundreds of years, tax-free and free to use. What? Free for those that can afford them, very expensive for those that can't. And that change was sold to us as value for money when we bought it. But the thing about this deal is that the income can never go down. If the estate has a bad year, we just have to chip in more. It's the deal that can't go wrong for just one side.
Say he's incompetent, but I don't want to do that because that's not nice.
Just be nice. Thanks a lot, Donny. You're the nicest. Rav in London says, why doesn't the BBC have a Republican on when they do a bit on the Royals? I'd love to see that. God, I saw a clip of that Nicholas Witchell. God, I thought he was going to take a bite out of the table. Did you see him? That was ridiculous. Wow, it's worth looking up on the World Wide Web. He was on some TV show. I suppose it was the news, wasn't it? Their news thing. And he was so angry that one of his eyes closed up. It looked like he just had one eye. Mary texts, Harry is a bit part in Meghan's production. Hope he wakes up. Yeah, that's that seems to be the story that people have settled on, isn't it? This evil woman, Cruella de Vil, has hypnotised our Harry. Poor Harry. You know, like he's a baby. Or a puppy. that is kind of it, isn't it? Oh, our little puppy got taken away by the evil woman. It's Yoko Ono all over again. He's a middle-aged man, for crying out loud. He's not a baby. I don't know why. Why is it that people think that it's all about Meghan, that she's got him in her thrall? Is it that it's it's the most comfortable thing to think because otherwise he might have made the decision to leave us? Don't leave us, Harry. I think that we are living in an alternate reality when it comes to the royal family in this country. I think other countries look at us and think, they're crazy over there with all their majesties and their princelings and all that nonsense. I mean, God, what decade is... not what century is it? Exeter, hello, Ross.
Hello.
Hello.
You all right?
Yes, I am.
Hello. I've got a few things to put to you. I was going to ring up and originally say, like, Meghan and Harry, they decided the way they want to go.
Yeah.
So they wanted privacy, which is absolutely fine. And if they've lost their royal titles, that is the path they've decided to take. Harry decided to marry the woman he loved and stepped away from the royal family. But since I've been on hold, I just want to... What is your problem with the royal family?
What is my problem with the royal family? Well,
Yeah, they generate more income
Here we
than the
go.
tax they pay.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Yes,
they do.
Okay, defend
Every
that
single
argument.
year
Well, what do
since
you mean?
They've had to pay tax. They have generated more income as a whole compared to the tax that they pay, right? And you say
Well,
that
who doesn't? Who doesn't create more income than the tax that they pay?
To the Treasury.
Do you
it
create
does.
more income than the tax that you pay?
Sorry?
Is your tax bill higher than the income that you bring in?
Yes.
You pay
So
more.
my tax
You
bill
pay
is
more.
much
Wait a
more.
minute. You pay more tax than you earn.
The Treasury estate.
Listen to me. You pay more tax than you earn.
Yes, of course.
You pay more tax than you earn.
Yes.
I'll ask it one more time. So think about it. Don't say yes straight away. Just think about it for a second. Give it 3 seconds and then answer. Your tax bill is higher than your income. 1.
It is indeed.
2. You need to get a new accountant. He pays more in tax than he earns. Now, I asked him 3 times. I even gave him the opportunity to think about it for a while before just stumbling into another wrong answer. It does rather imply that everything else that he says is not worth listening to. I gave him plenty of opportunity to think about that. They do not... I've heard these tired old arguments so many times. It doesn't make any difference, apart from anything else, even if it was true. And it isn't true. This nonsense about people only come here because of the royal family. Oh, they bring in billions of pounds in tourist money. No, they don't. I can prove it to you. I've proved it maybe 100 times on this show, and still people just it's the same old argument over and over and over. And unless you are all in for the royal family, unless you are 100% in, on your knees, crawling across the carpet, then you are a traitor. There are only 2 positions to have: utter deference, or you're a traitor. Those are your only 2 options when it comes to the royal family, and nothing else, by the way. Nothing else. Just them. Shall I ask him that question again? Because he's still on hold. No, I just can't be bothered. Anyway, seriously, Ross, you need to check with the HMRC. Sounds like you're on a bad deal. Colchester. Hello, Judy.
Good evening, Nick.
Judy.
Hello.
Judy.
Yes, it's me. I always crop up when you're least expecting it. I lost interest in the royal family once we lost Diana. And I don't sort of have opinions really because I'm just not interested in them. But I think the thing that has really galled me this week is I don't wish Prince Philip to be ill or incapacitated, but when we are in this COVID situation that we are in, with so many of our precious older people finding themselves in hospital, possibly, as I've known, coming out of hospital with COVID that they didn't have when they went in.
Yeah, a lot of people are catching it in hospital.
Absolutely. And
something like a quarter of the people in hospital with it got it when they were in hospital.
Well, you know, as I say, I know of a case where, you know, that he didn't have COVID when he went in, but he was sent home and he knowingly had it.
Yeah.
And within a couple of hours, he was back in there again.
Right.
And so when I heard the statement that it's not COVID related, but that he has actually gone into, is it the Prince George Hospital, Prince Edward Hospital? I don't know which it is.
No idea.
For some rest and recuperation. And I thought to myself,
well, it's probably a bit more than that.
Well, maybe it is, but I just thought that actual phrase, rest and recuperation, just seemed to me to be a little bit insensitive because of lots of other people that are, they don't have, there is nowhere for, what can I say, dare I say, ordinary people, the everyday people, when they get older. There is no rest and recuperation on offer in this country anymore. There is no convalescence. It's either you go back home with care, or if it's deemed necessary and there's no other way, go into care.
Well, that's the beauty of private medical insurance. I don't know whether they've actually got private medical insurance, but they get all of the facilities of private medical insurance, whether they actually pay for it or not.
As I say, I don't. If that's the way it is, and obviously I accept it's a royal family, that is the way it is. But I just felt that it was insensitive, and it just made my hackles rise a bit. Because,
which part of you are your hackles, Judy?
Well, it depends what time of day it is.
I see, right.
This
okay,
time
well,
of night,
if they do rise again, take a picture and pop it in the post. Promise me you'll do that.
Right, and the horses.
I ain't got no horses, don't worry about that. Thanks a lot, Judy. 0345 6060 973. Helen says, thank you for talking so candidly about your views about royalty. Other high-profile people never talk like this, as it could negatively affect them. One reason why it's an outdated and anti-democratic institution. Well, of course it is. What blows my mind is that all the Brexit fans are the exact same people who are fans of the royal family. And they wanted to leave the EU because in their eyes, because they couldn't be bothered to actually look it up, the EU was undemocratic. And yet they support to the death the most undemocratic institution in the land and probably the world. Name another one that's more undemocratic than you get to run a country based on who your parents were. It's just staggering to me. Anne in Sunderland says, don't be so rude about the Queen and the royal family. There are a lot of us who happen to like them. Well, how are you feeling about Hazard and Sparkles, Anne? And if people stopped being rude about things that other people liked, then there wouldn't be anything on the internet. It would be an empty void. Sonia says, I agree with everything you say about the royals. When are the people of this country going to come to their senses? I'm thinking never. I'll pencil in never. How does that sound? Kensington. Hello, Cliff.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thanks.
How are you, Nick?
Not bad.
Good. Nick, it's very entertaining, but you're just a giant contradiction. It's not an alternative, universe, and there is, or whatever you want to call it. And there is a third way. There's an American way. I just did my family tree. My relatives were shooting redcoats back in 1812, okay?
What, the people that work at Butlins?
You should have been there with him, I guess, probably, because you fought the wrong enemy. This country's always been, and I'm not a royalist, so please don't put that on me. I couldn't be. Listen to my accent. But, this country's always been built on the fact that the royal family's together. Like, look at World War II, and look, we're one of you and everything. So you fought the wrong enemy, I guess, because, King Edward went and met Hitler, and they gave him the boot. So, it's just there's a lot of contradictions here, that I think that
in what you're saying or what I'm saying. I don't really know what you've lost me completely.
It's a contradiction. The country, they don't run the country. I mean, sure, they're getting rich off it, but they're, Boris Johnson is the prime minister, and you knock him every minute, yet you parrot every line that they have to say of the sage and the COVID and all of it. You and I argued about that before. It's just a contradiction. On the one hand, you knock them. On the other hand, you parrot every line, and so does every presenter at LBC about the COVID thing. And you know what my view on it is.
I have no idea who you are or what your view on anything is.
We spoke before, and I told you about
I
the
get
fact
hundreds
that,
of calls a weekend. How am I supposed to remember who you are?
Not with my accent, you don't, but it doesn't matter. We'll talk about it. It's a
well, Cliff, please, you may be memorable where you live, but not where I live. I have no idea who you are. And if you think I can remember what you said, however long it was you called, to this day, then I think you're deluded. But anyway, I do wish you all the best. And thanks for your opinion. And I still don't really know what that opinion was. I mean, is it just me, or was that all over the shop? It was something about sage and... I don't know. It's a contradiction, but I still don't know what it is a contradiction about and who has it. And I've got no idea. Anyway, he absolutely hates the red goats from Butlins, which seems unreasonable. I mean, they give happiness, don't they? Of course. Kate tweets, history repeating itself, reminiscent of Edward and Mrs. Simpson. They vilified Wallace Simpson, vive la révolution, said in a French accent. Well, she's actually written viva la revolution, which is close, no cigar. James in Cardiff says, Harry at 36 is not middle-aged. James from Cardiff, a young 38. Yeah, I hate to break the news for you, James, but 36 is pretty much spot on middle-aged. It ain't young no more. Well, it's young-ish. Depends where you're sitting. I mean, 36 is young if you're 66, but not if you're 16. If you're 16, 36 is really old, as in ancient. Too many birthdays. Cass in Great Yarmouth says, get it right, Nick, the Royals do not run the country. I never said they ran the country. They are heads of state. Merely figureheads. Wrong. Who actually bring in a decent amount of tourist cash. No, they don't. That last one just keeps coming up over and over and over again. It's some desperate flailing around trying to justify the amount of money that they have and that we give them. We don't have a choice in it. It's over they pull in over £100 million a year. I mean, who else earns that much money? £100 million a year. It's about 82 million from the sovereign grant, or whatever that's called. A percentage of the privy per... Oh, God, it's also deliberately complicated. Here it is. Sovereign grant in 2015 was 37.9 million. Now it's 82. In 2015, it was 37.9. Now it's 82 million. 82 million. That's taxpayers' money given to the Queen. The amount she's given is determined at 15% of the profit of the Crown estate. But, huge but, she can never get less than the previous year. Even if the Crown estate's profits fall, even if they went down to zero, she would still get more than the previous year. What a deal. And that deal was sold to us as being in our favour. And everybody went, oh, yes, Your Majesty. On top of that, of course, I mean, that's just the thin end. 82 million. On top of that is the private income. Now, back in 2015, the Sunday Times Rich List guesstimated that the Queen was worth £340 million. And if that was true, then she's probably doubled that by now because she has very aggressive people who organise her finances. I mean, the income's doubled. Wait, it's more than doubled. Pretty much near on tripled. No, that's not true. More than doubled. But when the Sunday Times Rich List guesstimated that the Queen was worth £340 million in 2015, that was just a guess, because the Queen is not required to make her private funds public by law, a law which she oversaw. That's the reason that's a law, is because it's the Palace insisted on it. You can't have that. Don't even ask. She's rich, but we don't know how rich. And we probably never will. She voluntarily pays income tax. God, wouldn't that be marvellous? Hands up who would like to voluntarily pay some income tax, set at the level of their choice. But we don't know how much she pays because that's a secret too. On top of that, the Queen generates income from her land and property portfolio. The Duchy of Lancaster, you know, another one of these gigantic parcels of land that were carved up by some ancient relative and just passed down tax-free, century after century. And back in 2015, the profits for that were £12.5 million a year. A year. And on top of that, the Prince of Wales has got the Duchy of Cornwall, that huge tract of land that was formed in 1337 and has been passed down intact, probably ever growing, ever since. And in 2015, that made £32.6 million a year. He's entitled to the annual net revenue surplus of the Duchy of Cornwall, which is worth, in 2015, £20 million a year. So that's over £100 million a year. Virtually tax-free. Defend it. It's impossible. How can you? 0345 6060 973. I mean, this subject comes up every now and again, and nothing ever happens other than people get ever more entrenched, dig their heels in ever harder, as though this is going to affect their personal lives. It isn't. It's like we've all been hypnotised. Talk about Meghan hypnotising Harry. The royal family have hypnotised this entire country. I mean, other people from other countries must just sit and look at us, stroking their chins, and be utterly bemused. I mean, they think of it as, you know, a series on Netflix, which, of course, it is. But it's just a distant, silly amusement, just like the celebrity columns in newspapers are a silly amusement. Like they're just another one of the Kardashians.
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Exactly, Kanye. I just don't get it. I mean, we could have had this conversation 50 years ago, and people would still be coming up with the exact same arguments. Oh, well, tourists who come here because of the royal family. No, they don't. And I can prove that they don't. But no amount of argument, no amount of facts will persuade people to change their minds. It's a religion. That's exactly what it is. It's not a religion, it's a cult. It's a royal cult. And this entire country is signed up.
The whole world's gone crazy.
Yes, the old bag is right. Cass in Great Yarmouth texts, get it right, Nick. I've read that. God, I keep reading the same ones over and over. Let's delete them when I've read them. Notes to myself. Kath texts, does this mean we have to take down all of the Harry statues now? There aren't any Harry statues, are there? This says, we want to see the monarchy abolished and the Queen replaced with an elected democratic head of state. In place of the Queen, we want someone chosen by the people, not running the government, but representing the nation independently of our politicians, an effective head of state. An elected, effective head of state. Not defective, effective. Yeah, well, okay, well, you go on with your bad self. You mean you want to see the monarchy abolished and the Queen replaced with an elected democratic head of state? Yeah, I don't care whether they're abolished or not. I mean, they're an amusement. It's just that, well, why do they have to take so much money? Why do they have to have so much power? Bordeaux. Hillary.
Yes.
Hillary.
Yes, hello.
Yes, hello, Hillary.
I've become a fan. I think you're hugely funny.
Oh, thanks.
Derisory, deadpan delivery. It's so funny.
Well, thanks, Hillary.
I love it.
Thanks, Hilary, but what else have you got for us?
Okay, why I picked up the phone, to use one of your colleagues' expressions, it was about Meghan Markle about an hour ago.
Yeah.
You started to talk about her, I think, when
yes. My rant.
The radio one.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the feeling I got from it, living in France, as I have for the last 16 years, though I'm Welsh-born, I am Welsh, proud to be Welsh, was that the press just turned in a racist fashion on her, but a certain section of the press, it has to be said. And there was also this other thing about she's not an English rose. Well, they turned also on Kate Middleton. She was called the Wisteria. They were called the Wisteria sisters at one point because of their climbing.
Oh, right. No one is ever good enough, apart from Di. Maybe I think they're holding her up to a fantasy essentially, because Princess Di is thought of in she's not a person anymore. She's a cartoon.
But the French adore her. You know, they still call her Lady Di here, and they absolutely adore her.
Yeah, well, everybody does. I mean, they compete. People compete with each other. People compete with each other to see how much they love Princess Di. Rather forgetting the fact that she was a human being, not, like I said, a cartoon, like a character in a Disney cartoon.
No, it was all terrible, and there was such a mess made of the entire thing. I was actually working in Lille at the time that she died. I immediately thought of her children, and I phoned my sons because I just thought, oh my God, her poor sons. And I phoned each of my sons because I just felt so badly for them. But it was awful. It was a terrible thing.
Yeah, and the press are doing the exact same thing that they did last time. They're ripping apart this new one because that's what they do. They rip them apart for money, essentially. I mean, for their own amusement. It sells papers, and that makes money. And so they ripped her apart, and now they want to do it to this new one. I guess that I'm trying to think of her name. Wills and What's its name?
Do you mean the Duke and Duchess of Sussex?
No, that's Hazard and Sparkles.
Oh, you mean the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge?
Right, who are they?
William and his wife,
yes.
Catherine.
Catherine, right. Okay, I mean, she's all right because she... I mean, can you think of anything that she's ever said on any subject? Do you even know what her voice sounds like? Perfect. A vacant mannequin. That's what the press wants. Don't say anything. Don't do anything. Just have a nice smile. Have your hair done just so. Don't ever get caught wearing the same thing twice. Just be a mannequin. That's what they want. They don't want a human being. They want, but like the ultimate arm candy. They want them to act like they're I keep coming back to this. Like a Disney cartoon. Some sort of fantasy. That's what people are trying to create. And no human thought or emotion or need or want is allowed to intrude. It must be as fantastical as a Disney cartoon. And anybody that doesn't fit that bill, it gets torn apart. And that's this Meghan and, by extension, Hazard, who have made the ultimate sin of moving to another country, of leaving the firm. You're not allowed to do that, apparently, because you've got to stand there and take it. You've got to be pummeled by the press and smile while they're doing it. They level their guns at you and they fire away. And if you object in any way, oh boy, they're going to flip their lids. You just have to be target practice for them. What's really bizarre is that the press pummel them, the various members of the family day and night. But if anybody else tries and does it, oh my God, that's the most traitorous thing they've ever heard, and they'll pummel you too. But I mean, people in France, the French had a very strict policy about their royal family. How do they see all this cartoonery?
In fact, they do love our royal family and they love the aristocracy because, in fact, what actually happens? You see, what disappoints me the most, since I love history, and I'm Welsh, is my own history, that of the UK, is that when William the Conqueror, who was French, came over and conquered and beat Harold, he employed not only his local aristocrats with their little band, he employed any old mercenary he could find, peasants from whoever who had a sword and a horse. And they all came to England and appropriated all the land. So all these peasants came and appropriated the land. And there are 6 names in English history from that landing who still own the greater part of England and the UK.
Yeah, mystifyingly, all of those riches have been able to get passed down through the generations without tax.
Exactly, and in France, the aristos, since the revolution, they have concealed their titles, and they still continue to wield enormous power, because now they have used their wealth, their background, and their networks, the old boy thing, to become merchant bankers.
Of course,
behind the scenes. Nothing changes. This is something else I picked up from your program.
Absolutely.
About what. Nothing will happen. You said earlier, nothing will happen. Nothing does, including racism. I'm mixed race, and I, despite working for the government in various different capacities, that would be our government. Nothing does change, and despite wokedom and all that stupidity that goes. I'm sorry, but I'm not into woke. I'm equally not into BAME. I refuse to have myself labelled.
You're into being concerned about the welfare for others, though.
Of course I am.
But that's what people call woke.
Yeah, no, but I don't think that's exactly what it is. It's just snowflakeism.
Well, again, that's being concerned with the welfare and being concerned for other people. I mean, there's a sliding scale to that, just like everything else. But that
can be taken too far.
Well, so everything can be taken too far.
My father was in the RAF. I have uncles and a cousin who was in the army. I'm into service myself. I work for the government for the greater part of my career, serving our government. And I feel really ashamed of the way that the British people have behaved towards the Duchess of Sussex, and the fact that the Duke of Sussex has had to seek refuge elsewhere to protect his family, and that was why, to use James O'Brien's expression, why I picked up the phone. But in effect, I thought about, there was a phrase you used about bowing, that she didn't like to bow to Her Majesty or curtsy or something. I thought, actually, when I received my degree from the London University, I curtsied to Princess Anne, who gave me my degree.
Yeah, why?
Because she is the Princess Royal, because that is her title, because I wanted my degree, because I wanted my...
Because you were told to do it.
Well, it was,
Right.
but I want also to tell you something else.
I mean, how ridiculous is that? She's just a person like anybody else. You curtsied?
I'll tell you something as a counterpoint to that. My mother got cancer in Canada, and I had received an invitation to be present, to be presented to the Queen at an opening of the library at a university. And I turned it down to go and see my mother in Canada during her cancer treatment. And I said, Mum, I've turned the Queen down for you.
And then you had to flee to France. I understand. All right. Thanks a lot, Hilary. That's probably why one of the reasons that Meghan just couldn't bear to be around this sort of preposterous lifestyle that is inflicted on people from the outside, and they never are allowed to feel that they're on the inside. They're always on the outside, no matter how long they stick around, and they're always criticised. There's all sorts of rules and regulations. And usually secret ones that are counterintuitive, so that those who don't know the code stick out like a sore thumb, and then those that are on the inside get to have a jolly laugh about the outsiders. I mean, all sorts of nonsense about, and the press would be in on this as well and start criticising Meghan about, she took too many steps into the room before she curtsied, or she didn't curtsy low enough, or she didn't back out of a room, because you're not allowed to show one of their royal majesties your back. I mean, what? Or she ate with the fork in her right hand. You know, all of these ridiculous rules. Or she wiped her mouth with the napkin instead of dabbing it. You know, it just goes on and on. John in Barking says, today the government was found guilty over their dodgy deals that has cost us billions of pounds and not a word in the news. A good day to bury bad news. Yeah, make people angry about something else. Works a treat. As usual, the government is guided by what would Donald Trump do?
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Jackie in Watford says, why don't they just call them by their names instead of the Duke and Duchess? It would be so much easier. Yeah, I forget who they are. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Isn't that silly? I mean, really? Their Royal Majesties? Isn't that a bit daft? Christine tweets, royal brides are expected to become like Stepford wives. Absolutely. That's exactly what they're supposed to be. Like they're made of plastic. They're not allowed to have thoughts, and they're certainly not allowed to have opinions, and they absolutely, totally, and definitely are not allowed to have bodily functions.
Disgusting.
0345 6060 973. Brighton. Jim.
Hello, Nick. How are you? Just wondering, after the guy who called earlier, we spoke about 10 months ago. I'm sure you remember it very, very well.
See it into my mind, like all of my calls. Yes.
Well, you've only had 1,000 calls since then. But
right.
My initial point is at least it's a break from talking about that shower in Downing Street. I thought you might want to mention Keir Starmer's fabulous speech this week, but you steered clear of it. So,
well, so far I have detailed files. Don't you worry about that.
No, but I have an exclusive for LBC, and the media, yeah, believe me, the media can get stuck into this.
An exclusive. Go ahead.
I thought you saved that for dear Tony Blair, but Phil the Greek, as wonderful as he is, and he's lying in hospital in his great luxury, nearly turning 100. My dad is 98 years old.
Wow.
He goes to the GP once a year, and he's had the best healthcare that... Oh, no, sorry, that's Phil. He's had average healthcare, and he's only about 18 months younger than Phil.
Well, I mean, everybody has different, physical makeups. Whether you get the best healthcare in the world, you could still die at 45.
No, sure, no, but my point being, they talk about Phil. They're all standing outside this hospital, whichever it is at the moment, saying how astounding. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I've made the mistake of looking at the TV a couple of times in the last few days.
No. Well, that was a big error.
Oh, no.
Looked at the television. There's nothing good on that.
No, I make the mistake of sitting down at the moment, ITV and BBC, and they're saying, isn't he astounding for his age? And he's been here. There's a photograph of him with the Queen. They look radiant and this sort of thing. And I'm sort of thinking, well, my dad's there, and he hasn't had the greatest healthcare in the world, right. And yet there he is at the age of 98, and the coverage is absolutely appalling, as you say. I mean, they're sort of not mentioning the whole aspect of the finance, for instance. I mean, it was only a couple of years ago we heard that both the Queen and Charles have money in the Cayman Islands. Now, they haven't got that money in the Cayman Islands for the benefit of the country.
No.
And yet it just vanishes from the public consciousness.
Completely, yes. I don't know what happens, really. It is like we've been hypnotised. We're just not allowed to have negative thoughts. Even when the facts are presented to us on paper, we read them, and it's as though the words are taken out of our brain the moment that we put them in. They're not allowed to sit there. It's like the entire country's been hypnotised, and there is no other subject that you could claim that is similar. Apart from religion. So that's what makes me think that this is actually a cult.
Well, I think in many ways it is. I mean, if you think sort of religion vanished from this country kind of 10 years ago, and I think in many ways it's like the new religion, the manipulation they've taken over, and the manipulation of the minds of the people.
Did you say that the religion vanished from this country 10 years ago?
Well, the whole aspect of...
I mean, it's fading out, right enough, but I don't think it vanished 10 years ago. I think in maybe 10 years' time you could say that it had vanished, because the people that are the most religious, certainly of the Christian faith, are getting older and older and older.
I suppose I mean you need to listen to me now. You need the Lord Jesus in your heart.
Oh, God, please don't encourage him. Thanks a lot, Jim. No, we can go through a show without a call from you-know-who. Cheers, Jim. 0345 6060 973. Richard texts, I'm an old man now, and I've never understood the Royals since I first became aware of them. 7 decades later, I just find it all so ridiculous, as it's just a relic of our barbaric history. It's supposed to be the 21st century. Yeah, it just amazes me. At what point will we be over this? I mean, when do you think? 10 years? 50? 100? 1,000? When? Give me a date. Let's have Canada Water. Hello, Johnny.
Hi there.
Hello there.
Yeah, hi there, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, it's good to talk to you. Basically, me, Louisa Porritt, the Mayor of London, one of the candidates, we came to a joint decision that we want to ban coronavirus by 2020 in our 10-year plan, because we're fed up of it, basically. And we haven't got we're focusing on other policies. This is getting in the way, you know. We're going to put up with this until 2020. We're going to deal with this problem. But until then, it's going to get banned after 2020.
After 2020. And that's
part of our 10-year plan. Yep.
And how many years to go before 2020?
Sorry?
2020 is, do the maths for me. How many years is it till 2020?
Our 10-year plan is from 2020 to 2030. And we're going to ban the coronavirus
in
2020, 2022, sorry. We're going to ban it completely, yes.
Right, so not last year. You're not going to ban it last year. You're going to ban it next year.
We're going to ban it by 2022. It's in our
2022. Well, that certainly does make a lot of sense.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. But we're going to deal with that until then.
You're going to deal with what till when?
We're going to deal with the coronavirus until 2022.
2022.
In our 10-year manifesto. It's in our 10-year plan. We're going to deal with it until 2022. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, and after 2022, we're going to focus on all our other policies, because we've got 22 other policies.
22 other policies for 2022. Got 22 other policies. What are the top three?
We've got 22 other policies that need attention after 2022.
Right, give me your top one.
Gets banned on 2022.
It's going to be
we're going to focus on those other 22 policies after.
What do you mean by banned? We're
going to ban the corona. We're going to stop talking about it. We're going to stop promoting it. We're going to stop talking about it. Right. We're going to focus on these other 22 policies.
That is actually the problem with the virus, is we're advertising it too much.
Exactly.
Yes, it's becoming too popular.
It's absolutely absurd. Yeah. That's why we're going to.
It's the Coca-Cola of disease.
100%. That's why we're going to ban it in 2022.
Well,
our 10-year plan.
That makes as much sense as anything else you've said so far.
Yes, and after that, we're going to focus on the 22 other policies.
Yeah, but you keep saying that you've got 22, but you don't tell me what any of them are.
We've got a 10-year plan.
You keep saying that from 2020 to 2030. Of course it has, because 2020 was last year. I understand that. But you're 1 year into your 10-year plan, but apart from banning the virus, whatever that means, what are the other policies?
The coronavirus in 2022.
And 22. I understand that.
Do you want to know one of our policies? I've got 22 policies right here.
Yeah.
Part of our 10-year plan.
Okay. Lay it on me, baby.
our main three policies.
Couple of three policies. Go on.
Okay, are you ready? This is one of our policies.
Yes. Policy 1.
Okay. Minicab drivers get full access to the bus lane. That's one of our top priorities. That's going to happen in 2023.
Right.
Okay?
Don't they have that already?
Minicab drivers get full access to the bus lane.
Don't they have that already?
No, they don't. The bus lanes right now are for buses and black taxis only. But in 2023,
yes,
we're going to give Uber drivers full access to the bus lane.
Oh, right. Uber drivers, right?
Yeah, we're going to give Uber drivers full access to the bus lane.
Well, that'll certainly change things. Go ahead.
That's policy number 1.
Yeah, policy number 1.
2 is we're going to build a new prison, HMP prison.
Mm-hmm.
That's policy number 2.
But who are you going to put in there?
And policy...
People who drive in the bus lane that aren't cab drivers?
Exploiting this country and our benefit system.
Okay, just took a dark turn.
Yeah. Okay, policy number 3 is we're going to introduce dog licenses also.
Dog licenses?
Yeah.
Well, that's the best thing you've said so far. Absolutely, there should be dog license. I thought there was a dog license. Don't you have to have a license to get a dog already? Do you have to have a license?
I haven't got a dog, I don't know.
You haven't got a dog, so he doesn't know. What am I asking him for? He hasn't got a dog. I think that people should have a license. Never mind about the dogs having a license. People should have a license. They should go through some sort of training. A dog's not just for Christmas, you know. And it's not just cute and lovely and cuddly. A dog has, functions.
Disgusting.
The same functions that a princess is not allowed to have. What on earth was that call about? Does anybody have any idea?
No.
But at least he had a plan. I'll call it a road map. We heard his road map before you-know-whose. Ain't that right, Boris? Beckenham. Hello, Kevin.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, hi. I've enjoyed the show. I listen to your show quite a lot, but and thanks for having I think it is courage. Yeah, courage to actually say what things are around the monarchy. Because
courage. I've been courageous.
Oh no. I think so. Yeah, slightly. Look, Nick. In 1962, I was 14. I'm 72 now. It makes it. But two memorable things happened when I was 14. I saw Muddy Waters at the Fairfield Hall, and that put me on the route to learning blues guitar. But
yes.
Also, I saw the Queen in a car, big black, strange-looking car with her husband, Prince Philip, and they came to open something. There were thousands of people shouting, screaming, crying, and I looked around. I was in early teens, and I thought, no, inherently there's something wrong here.
Yes.
And the feeling's grown, really. I'm 72, and I just cannot. I think, your idea of an alternate reality is very true. I mean, it is a cult of sorts.
It is a religion, isn't it?
It's a religion.
There's nothing else that is even remotely like it other than religion.
Yeah, other than religion. I mean, the Trump thing was similar. I mean, Charles, the other day, it was in the paper, you probably saw it, that in the last 2 years, Charles has made $1 million out of people in Cornwall forgetting to do their wills, write their wills. And, I mean,
Yeah.
But
I didn't actually see that story, but it's worse than that. You can't buy the freehold of your own house if you live on his estate.
Right.
The law applies to everyone else, but not him personally.
Exactly.
And so people sit there with their greatest asset gradually whittling down to worth zero. They can't sell it because the lease is too short, and when they die, they cannot pass it on because it's not worth anything anymore. What's
it's
right
incredible,
about
but
that?
I think I won't say they're like a virus, but they've permeated society. I mean, you look at every hospital in every town, and it's princess this or king that.
Yeah.
I had my jab last week, and I went to Guy's, and I thought, that's good. At least it's not a king or a prince. but do you know what I mean? They've permeated the culture so much. And I'm just looking at a couple of quotes, and dear old Tony Benn, whatever you thought of him, at least in those days, there were politicians who kind of spoke out about it. There doesn't seem to be anyone. I mean, Starmer, apparently the Queen knighted someone yesterday. I mean, Starmer wouldn't say what Tony Benn said because he's a knight. No, he's a sir, isn't he, or something? Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. It's just lovely to hear fellow citizens phoning in and kind of having the same point of view, really. Yeah.
It's a point of view that you're not really allowed to have out loud,
Yes, exactly, yeah.
It's a religion.
It is.
So how did that jab go for you, by the way?
It went okay, just a sore arm, and that was it, really.
Oh, you had a sore arm?
Stop whining.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's all going well now, but...
and which one did you have? You had the...
I had the Pfizer, yeah.
The room temperature one, right, as opposed to the frozen one, right, I see.
Yeah, so just got to get... Yeah, and... but there was something... Oh, yeah, the existence of a hereditary
Oh, no, wait,
monarchy.
Pfizer is the cold one. You had the one on ice.
I had the cold one, yeah. But
it's shaken up like a cocktail.
Yeah, yeah. But when you said, just lastly, when you said, Nick, how long will it take? I mean, it's going to take a very, very long time, isn't it?
I don't know. Things change. Things that seem immovable can change really quickly. I mean, the Berlin Wall, for instance.
that's
There's
true,
all sorts of things that seem like they would be with us forever, and then in a moment they're gone.
That is true, yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Kevin. 0345 6060 973. I had my jab a couple of days ago, and I don't feel anything at all. Well, a little bit sore on the arm. Ow. A little bit sore.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
What's that? What?
Which jab?
I thought you were going to say which arm. This one here. I had the AstraZeneca one, the British jab, of course. Wouldn't accept any filthy foreign jab. Only the British one for me. That's how patriotic I am. Plus, it was the only one that was offered to me. So there's that. But weirdly, ever since, I've felt like I want to turn myself off and on again. You know, like a computer. It's like Bill Gates is speaking to me. That's what he sounds like. Weird. Russell texts, I think after all this time of riding the wave of royal celebrity status, Prince Harry could give something back. Hasn't he given something back? I mean, he was out there, 2 tours of Afghanistan, wasn't it? Isn't that giving something back? He set up the charity for the people who were injured. I can't remember what that was. In Victor Games, he did plenty. Give something back. It is as though we're treating them like they are deserters, like they've deserted, isn't it? It's a bit like that. We'd planned their lives out for them. How dare they make their own minds up about their own lives? Who the hell do they think they are? Is the thought. Rez texts, you are correct about the Royals. Utter waste of time and our money. Get them out. Well, what about get them out? They can stay where they are. They don't have to stay in the places that we own, that are supposedly ours, but only they can actually use and benefit from. I mean, let's take those back, and then the family can go and live in one of their other mansions, cottages, houses, estates, manors, lodges, halls and castles. You know, it's not like they've got a paucity of places to choose from. Let's have, and we can repurpose the places that are, surplus to requirements as tourist attractions, or hotels for the homeless, or, any of the above. You name it. We could raffle each room off as in a lottery, and you could tart it up to your heart's desire. You'd go live in it. I mean, most rooms in palaces are larger than most people's entire flats. Let's make Buckingham Palace into a block of flats. Who's with me? Let's just open it up to the general public. We can walk through as we like, instead of just a couple of carefully selected rooms, so that you never actually are in danger of bumping into a royal personage. Yeah, that'll be 60 quid, please. Enfield, hello, Daniel.
Oh, hello, Nick. Lovely to speak to you once again. I just think we're in a massive hole, this country. I mean, we've got a massive hole running the country, but... Sorry. Hello?
Yes?
Yeah, sorry. So, no, I'm just saying, I just think the Christmas tree is going to be completely bare of pine needles. And we're going to keep on spending money on expensive bauble that we just can't afford anymore. I mean, it's just farcical to be carrying on down this path. I mean, we need to look to the future, not look to the past, the 14th century or whenever they got in.
This country seems to specialise in steeping itself in the past, almost refusing to move forward. It doesn't like the future. It likes and feels more comfortable in the past. It wraps itself in the past like a warm blanket.
I think we just need to get rid of them. I mean, we could maybe look to see if sponsors want to get hold of them or something. Maybe we could sell, because the Queen is loved by Trump so much, apparently. Yeah. Maybe he would like to buy her. You know, maybe we could turn a couple of the palaces into theme parks. I mean, we could do some real things.
Sure, why not? The ex-president of the United States buying the royal family, I don't think so.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, sure you do, Donnie. Let's see your taxes. Thanks a lot, Daniel. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, we could, like a gambling firm could sponsor the Queen's hats, for instance. Think about it. I'm just spitballing here. Manchester. Hello, Graham.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Before we go on to the Queen and other stuff, what happened to the bird?
What bird?
The one with the long legs. What bird? You kept us on tenterhooks for weeks with it.
Yes, no, I think I've discovered what it is, and I tweeted it.
I'm sorry, but thinking isn't good enough.
No, that's correct. Yes.
You've got to know.
I should do less thinking. You are quite right about that.
No, it's knowledge we need, not spurious thinking.
Right, no spurious thinking on this show, that's for sure. I think I have a suggestion. I wouldn't call it a thought, but it's an idea. I think it's maybe a sand plover. I bet my glamorous assistant wants to get up a picture of a sand plumber straight away, if not sooner.
A sand plumber?
Sand plumber or plumber?
I thought you couldn't get all the plumbers in London.
Sand plover, not plumber. Plover. Yeah, there it is. I think it's a sand plover.
Are you sure?
No, S-A-N-D, or a greater sand plover. A greater sand plover.
Affirmative.
P-L-O-V-E-R. Sand plover. What a bird that normally scampers around on the sand was doing...
And he was in the street?
In the street. I have got no idea. Lost, I expect. Maybe it was drunk.
Perhaps it was a sandstone pavement.
Do you want me to give it to you in Latin?
No, thank you. I'd rather you didn't give it to me in any manner.
Charadrius leschenoltii. Oh, I better got that right. Charadrius leschenoltii.
You're beginning to sound like Jacob Rees-Mogg. He speaks a lot in Latin, doesn't he?
I'm beginning to sound as though I know what I'm talking about. Isn't that right?
Plums in your mouth.
Yeah.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I don't know anything. It's all affected, though, isn't it? That's not his real voice. You ask his children.
He is very affected.
When he's telling them he wants to watch the WWF wrestling, he doesn't use that accent at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that he actually does anything foolish enough, like step into a ring with a wrestler, because they'd snap him in half like a twig.
I thought you got into boxing earlier on when you kept talking about jabs. I thought, have you taken up kickboxing or something?
Okay, leave the material to the professionals.
Well, there's none on this show.
No, I'm not saying there is.
Right, the royal family.
Yes.
Imagine they live just on a sink estate just round the corner from you.
Mm.
And imagine that there were a family that lived there. They lived there, and within a period of time, they got up to all the things that the royal family had done. They'd be on the front page of the News of the World.
Well, they would.
This dysfunctional family that cost
being
us so
paid
much.
for by the state, exactly. Yeah.
Well, but this, you see, when these people who think that Miss Sparkles is disgraceful, they think that Prince Charles is wonderful, but wasn't he sleeping with...
a pillow? His own personal pillow. Yes, I think you'll find that is correct. And plenty else besides. Yeah, we know all that. Thanks a lot, Graham. You've delighted us enough. Way too much, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I think it's a greater sand plover. Look at it. Just staring at me. You know what you've done. Caused me weeks of confusion. I was fretting about it, I was. Going out of my mind with worry about whether I'd actually seen this thing scampering around the grass. Although, on that picture... Can you find me another picture? Because his legs don't look long
Another
enough.
one?
Yeah. Maybe it was just a young one, and so its legs looked longer in proportion to its body. But I do believe that is a very small bird, isn't it? Can you measure it for me?
Sure, just doing it now.
It's okay, we've got a live show going on. Just take all the time you need.
Okay.
There it is. Yes. What a ridiculous-looking thing it is. You're a silly bird. But I think it's a sand plover. How big are they?
Tiny.
Well, how big?
Hang on a sec.
Approximately. Relate it to another bird that I know the measurements of, like a great tit, for instance, or a blue tit, or any one of those tits. I wish they were called something else. Why are they called that? Huh? Get David Attenborough on the phone and he'll explain it to us. He's not picking up? Keep trying. If there were no royals, you'd be talking about President Johnson and Vice President Gove. Well, no, I wouldn't. It don't make no, never mind. We are talking about Prime Minister Johnson, and we talk about Gove as little as possible. You know, sometimes you hear a tune, usually a really, really annoying one. It becomes what they call an earworm, and it sticks with you for days, that you wake up and it's going on in your mind. Like your brain has become a jukebox. An earworm. Well, there's a face that you don't want to dream about. No offence. But if Michael Gove appears in your dreams, wake up. This anonymous text says, sand plover is a rare vagrant to Western Europe. Very unlikely you saw it in the UK, let alone in 2 locations. And, okay, here's the measurements of a sand plover. Length, 24 centimetres. How big's that? How big is 24 centimetres?
About 10 inches, I believe, just under.
Oh, that's way too big. That's huge. That's like...
From top to tail, though?
Yeah. No, that's way too big. No, this thing was tiny. Maybe it was a little baby, though. Maybe it got lost because it was a youngling.
Maybe.
But I don't think it had webbed feet. And a sand plover's got webbed feet, hasn't it? I think I would have noticed that. So, okay, we're narrowing it down, people. It wasn't a greater sand plover. But it looked like it, apart from the webbed feet. And I'm pretty sure that it had... could it be a lesser sand plover? Yeah. Uh-huh. Everyone's got material today. So, but it looked like it. It's sort of a grey flecked. Is that an actual
material.
bird?
That's true.
That's a real bird. Yeah. A lesser sand plover. Well, how big is that then?
I'll get back to you.
Yeah. Okay. More homework. Meanwhile, in Devon, Phil.
Greetings,
Phil.
3 things, but before I go on to my 3 things, there's a comic novel. I think it's by Sue Townsend, who wrote Adrian Mole.
Yeah.
And it might be called something like The Queen and I, where the Queen and the royal family get ousted and end up having to live on the council estate.
Uh-huh.
It's quite an old book now, but it was serialised on Radio 4 and very amusing.
Well, if only it wasn't a book, then I'd read it.
Yeah, but you could listen to it on Radio 4.
Ah, good idea.
Yeah, anyway, 3 things. Firstly, thank you. Quick bit of background. My wife and I are blind, and we watch TV using a thing called audio description.
Oh, yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. So you recommended Better Call Saul.
Right.
And we got hooked immediately.
Isn't it great?
And we were rather disappointed when we got to the end of, is it 3 or 4 seasons?
5.
5. Oh, well, in that case, well, whatever it was, we went through it very quickly. And I think the actor who plays Saul and the actress who plays Kim are absolutely fantastic.
So have you actually seen, watched? Well, you said watched, didn't you? Yeah. So I'll just go with that.
Yes, fine.
Have you actually done all 5 series?
Yes, we have, and now we're on a season 3 or 4 of Breaking Bad.
Oh.
Because Better Call Saul was a prequel, wasn't it?
It was. Well, yes, it was. Yeah, it was a prequel. Yeah. The thing with the virus, well, one of the many things with the virus is that we ain't got no new television, because I really want to watch a new series of Better Call Saul, but they haven't made it because of it. The Invisible Menace.
Well, we thank you for that recommendation.
Thank you for thanking me.
Thank you.
Now, 2 things. Firstly, we almost for a year now have been cleansing everything that comes in the house, because we get our shopping delivered,
right?
And we either dip it in dilute Milton or spray it with Milton.
What's Milton?
As in the old-fashioned Milton steriliser. Your mum probably used it for your nappies.
Milton
steriliser.
I never heard of it.
It's been around, I think, for 100 years.
Well, in what form does it come?
It's super concentrated, and you dilute it. I think it's only 11 mil to a litre or something.
Well, it's like a bleach kind of thing.
But it's used in hospitals, and my mum would have used it in my Terry nappies when I was a kid. I'm a little bit younger than you.
What does it smell like? I bet it smells like a hospital.
Yeah, it does. Anyway, so we've been cleansing everything that comes in the house.
Yes.
Parcels, post, shopping, and I'm thinking, when do we stop doing that?
Yeah. I know, I've been thinking that too. I think maybe when I get my second jab, I'll stop doing it, because it's getting a bit old now, particularly with things that are made of paper. I mean, a lot of things come in in cardboard.
It is very... I mean, in the summer, we... certain things we just left outside for 24 hours under the gazebo.
Yeah, I wonder if that works, though. They don't know, do they? They've got no idea. But like one day they'll say it's 3 days and it's gone, and then the next day they'll say it's gone in 12 hours, and they've got no idea.
Even to the extent that the carrier bags that they deliver our food in, we leave outside for 72 hours.
Yeah.
But it's getting, as you say, after almost a year, a bit boring.
It is, yeah, it's dull. But it does make me think that perhaps I should have been doing this all along, because what on earth happens to all the things that you see in the supermarket that have been put on the shelves by all sorts of people who have, various, probably awful personal habits?
Disgusting.
You've got no idea where they've been. But yeah, I'm looking forward to not washing my everything that comes into the house as well. Yeah, how do you open mail?
Well, we spray the outside of the mail, let it dry, and then we read it using an app on the iPhone. Right.
Do you spray the postman too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
there's a posty lady around here.
Post person, yes. Right. Ask her if she always wears shorts.
Well, we basically get everyone to leave everything in the porch and step back.
Right. Yes. Step back. Yes. Exactly right. Step way back, or you'll get it. All right. Thanks a lot, Phil. Nora texts. Oh, this is about what that chap was saying earlier on. Sue Townsend, the author of Adrian Mole, wrote about the royals having to move to a council estate. It was called The Queen and I. Superb reading, says Nora. Well, I don't do reading. No, I'll wait till the video comes out. It'll be better for my eyes. Cumbria, hello, Pete.
Hello, Nick. I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for choosing the royals as your subject tonight. I was feeling a bit...
Well, they chose me.
I was feeling a bit down, and it's really cheered me up.
You were a bit down?
Stop whining. So I've been having a good old giggle.
Yes.
And several things have come up, which I've been interested in, one of which is your sand plover.
Sand plover, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it before, and I looked it up, and I was hoping that... it was going to be the greater, but you've now
Well, it seems too big.
Doubtful about that.
I've now got the measurements for a lesser sand plover. Length 8 inches, wingspan 20 inches.
Ooh.
That's 20.
Are
you sure about
too
that?
big for what you said.
54 centimetres.
Well, how big is that?
22 inches.
Well, that's ridiculous. That bird's wings are too big. Somebody should tell it. No, so maybe it wasn't a sand plover, because as from the pictures that I'm looking at, it's got webbed feet, and I'm pretty sure it didn't have webbed feet.
Right. The picture I saw didn't show the feet, but it looked like you described it. Actually.
Right, it does, yeah.
I think you're probably right. Although the webbed feet thing comes in, doesn't it?
It's a silly looking thing.
I mean, I've looked. I can't think of what else it could be, but it is a very rare sighting.
Yeah, plus, well, I saw 3 in fact, in different locations. 2 together in one place, and 1 on its own. In another. But you know what? Its knees bend the wrong way. Somebody should tell it about that too.
Yeah. Yes, I know what you mean.
That looks painful.
Yeah, but they do. Plovers do tend to be in groups, and they do fit about like that. Yeah. There's several in that family. Same family as the lapwing.
I've got no idea what that is.
A peewit lapwing. You see them in the spring swooping about in the fields if you're out in the field.
Get me a picture of a lapwing.
A lovely sound they make. A real
sound?
spring-like sound.
Right, what, like that?
No. No. That's way off. It's more of a piping, whistly sound.
Oh, twiddly, twiddly, twiddly. Like that?
Yeah.
Here's a picture. Oh, my God, that's hideous. That's what a lapwing is like. That is awful. That's the ugliest bird I've ever seen in my life. That is awful. It is. it looks like a raven that's been doused in bleach and gone on a starvation diet. That is ugly, and its knees bend the wrong way too.
Yeah, they all tend to. I think all birds' knees bend the wrong way.
Silly bird.
But they're beautiful in flight.
Yeah.
They're gorgeous. Watch out for them in the spring.
Oh, that's a male. Oh, wow. Hey, the male looks great.
Oh, yeah.
The female
they have a stream of hair on the top of their head.
They do, yeah, like a Donald Trump whip of hair, yeah.
Yeah.
Like when Donald Trump's hair gets caught in the wind, it sort of sails behind him. It looks exactly like that.
I saw some footage today which I've been craving to see. I've never seen his hair quite in a mess before. He just got off one of his helicopters, and it was all over the place.
It just lifts right off the top of his bald pate.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, we're still not missing you, Donny. Still not missing you.
Oh, I am.
You are?
Yes.
What do you miss the most?
Just looking at the man, you know, and
looking at
it just induces so many thoughts, you know, like
none of which are good.
Don't be rude.
No.
None are good at all. No.
Good at all.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's a reminder to us. Can I just say about Nicholas Witchell?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the BBC Royal Correspondent.
Yeah.
He's been around for that long, but they don't often wheel him out. And it's only when something really goes wrong, like obviously this. And Charlie Boy, I think it was back in the 80s.
Oh, he hates
reported as saying, reporters overheard him saying, "Oh, look, it's that horrible little man again."
Something like that, yeah. He asked a question about, I can't remember what, and Charles took a great umbrage that somebody should be so impolite as to ask him a question.
Yes.
And he muttered under his breath something like, dreadful man. It really is most awful.
Yes. Go away, you horrible little man.
Yes. They hate you, Nicholas Witchell. But he seemed... I don't know, he seemed like he was going to chew a chunk out of the table, Nicholas Witchell, in that clip that I saw of him this afternoon.
I wish I'd have seen that.
Oh, well, it's available on an internet near you, Pete. Look it up on the World Wide Web. Promise me you'll do that. I mean, I know it's the weekend, I'm giving you homework, but...
Yeah,
all right.
And the other thing is...
And another thing.
Your version of the national anthem.
Yes.
Is it available on record or CD or?
You think they'd release this?
That's the one.
No, not available to buy.
It should be.
Very, very special.
It will go straight to number one.
Yeah, well, maybe, yeah. At least it has the benefit of not lasting very long.
Sorry, say that again.
It's at least it's short. That's its best quality. All right, thanks a lot, Pete. Got to go. 0345 6060 973. So here's the quote. Charles, Prince of Wales, famously said of him, "I can't bear that man. I mean, he's just so awful. It really is." Well, Nicholas Mitchell was really sticking up for him today, like he just flipped his wig. I thought he was going to punch a hole in the scenery. He was so furious at Meghan and Hazza. Something up there. I don't know what. Greenford, hello, Paul.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, just I don't know if you remember Jonathan Aitken, but he went to prison. He was in the Privy Council, but after prison, he turned his life around. He's a priest now, so maybe there's hope for Meghan and Hazza. So yeah, but what an institution, the royal family of all places, to just throw your turn your back on it. But yeah, what can you do? I think times are changing though. Yeah.
Times are changing. Get Bob Dylan on the phone and he'll sing it for us.
Rock and roll.
Right. So times are changing, but in what way, Paul?
I think people are realising that old institutions maybe don't stand up. The phrase won't stand up in court, but they're all courts are part. Sorry, but
old institutions, the institutions that we have been instructed for decades, centuries even, to revere, are perhaps not worthy of such a reverential treatment. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's just rethink the way that we treat certain institutions, because we might not be revering the right people. Just a thought. I know it's a treasonous thought, because we're all in a cult now. And anybody says anything negative about the cult leader, I mean, they have a cult in America with, you know who.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Yeah, that was a cult, definitely was, still is. I mean, there's cults within cults. There's the QAnon dingaling, those people. But they're just gone, those people. They are out of control.
It has gotten totally out of control.
Yeah, I mean, are they crazy, or is it just the way they act?
Is he crazy, or is that just the way he acts?
Yeah, I could sit here doing this all night long if you want.
Oh, shut up!
Okay, then. Louise texts, "You disinfect your mail and shopping. I can't stop laughing. Your immune system will collapse when you decide to return to normal activities." Normal activities. Can you remember them?
No.
Well, I've been doing this since, first started. Where are we now? It's like a year ago. A year ago. It's the virus's birthday. It was a year ago. God, doesn't it seem like longer than that? So much has happened in the intervening period. A year. It was a pretty packed year, wasn't it? I mean, back then, it was like, the lockdown back then wasn't anything like the lockdown that we're having now. Lockdown now is like no lockdown. The roads are busy, people are out. I don't know where they're going. There's nothing open, but they're out all right. And people are doing normal-ish things. But back then, it was, I was coming into work for a good long while. I mean, we tried doing it from home for a bit, but it didn't really work. It was just me in London, central London, for the longest time. It was like being in a sci-fi film. Empty streets, and I do mean empty, as in no life at all. No traffic. It was just really, really weird and uncomfortable. I mean, I know I've said this many times, but I do recall, everyone's having a panic about toilet rolls and baked beans and all that sort of stuff. You couldn't find them in supermarkets because people had panicked and stripped the shelves bare. And so the only people that had any like toilet rolls or kitchen roll or anything, that you could use for that purpose,
Disgusting.
were corner shops. And there was a few pretty near the centre of town. And I can remember coming off the air at 1 and driving to a corner shop pretty near here and getting out at like about 1:30 in the morning and thinking, for the first time ever in any part of London that I've ever been in, I'm on my own here. This is now a lawless place. There's no one out at all. It was like being in a sci-fi film. So weird. And coming into the centre of London, and there would be just me and people wandering around the road because there was no traffic. There were no people in the West End, around Trafalgar Square, Leicester Square, places like that. It was empty, except for homeless people. They had nowhere to go. Being homeless. And they'd sort of taken over. Because normally the crowds would make them retreat to doorways and corners. But they had the run of the place. It must have been bizarre for them. Well, it was bizarre for me because just watching people just wander around the road. It was just so strange. But that's when cleaning your shopping came in, because there were so many people, experts, scientific people with knowledge, said you want to wash all your shopping as it comes in, and that made perfect sense to me. You've got no idea who put the shopping on the shelf. You've got no idea where the goods were kept before they were put on the shelf. I mean, just think of all the people, all the places they could have been stored, in the outside in the back, where rats and dogs and mice and foxes and all sorts could be, peeing on them and whatever else. And then do supermarkets and the small shops then wash their produce before they put them on the shelves?
No.
Of course they don't. So just ordinarily it makes sense. You take it off the shelf, you put it in a shopping basket, which is probably the filthiest thing you come across in your entire life. I mean, think about it. How many times have you seen a child plopped into a shopping trolley? Yeah. Think about what children do, pretty much every minute of every day. And there they sit. And so you put your stuff in the basket of the shopping trolley, and then you put it in your fridge. Oh, I had the thought of cleaning things before I put them in the fridge before all of this, but now I certainly do. Everything gets washed, even the things that come in cardboard. And I was talking about this last week. You don't want to be the last person to get shot before the ceasefire, do you? I mean, if the ceasefire is coming in at 11 o'clock, then from about 8 in the morning, you're going to be super extra careful because you don't want to be the last one shot, right? Well, this is how I feel now. I've had one jab. Now, it's going to take a couple of weeks to sink in, apparently, and then I'll get, I don't know what it is, 40%, 50% protection. I can't remember what it is precisely. They don't really know. They're just making it up. Something like that. But I want to get my second jab and give it another 6 weeks, and then I'll maybe start thinking about not washing stuff before putting them in the fridge, although it does seem pretty disgusting when you think about it, doesn't it? It's not a clean environment before it gets to you. And even if it was, like I said, you put it in the shopping trolley. There's things living, invisible microbes living on the shopping trolley that the Mars lander wouldn't be able to identify. So there you are, Louise. Yes, I do disinfect my... Well, I'm not disinfect exactly. I wash it. Give it a little wash. A scrub up. Mrs. May texts, I wonder if any of the royals have a good lick of their plates after their meal. What? What's that got to do with anything? What does that mean?
I don't know. I thought you might mention
No, I did certainly not mention anything of the sort. Because that would be disrespectful. New Malden. Hello, David.
Oh, hello. Yes. Great to talk to you. You've made my day, all 25 minutes of it.
You only had 25 minutes today?
Well, we're into the next day. It was 25, I don't know.
Oh, yes, that's right. 25 minutes of this next day. Yes, that's right.
You're losing track of time.
I am, yeah. Time means nothing, never would again. Let's do the time warp again.
Rock and roll! Sorry, I'll pull myself together. Meghan, I think she's pregnant 5 months gone. She had a miscarriage, and I'd have thought the gentlemen of the British press, if there are any, would respect a pregnant woman.
What a sense of humour you have, David.
Yes, and I mean, even Piers Moron, you might think would get on top of it, but there we go. Perhaps, though, what we should get in the gutter press is they should have columns each week where they pick on a pregnant woman, pregnant celeb or something, make their life a misery for a week. And it's just...
Well, that sounds like good sport. It sounds like money to me.
My career, I should have been in the press.
Yes, don't give them any ideas, David.
Knocking back the coke. Oh, there we go. Oh, dear.
All right, well, I hope
Perfect program.
Well, thanks very much, David. I hope the rest of your day goes as well as it started. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. John in Colchester text, the monarchy is a fine institution, but who wants to live in an institution? Listeners with material.
Oh,
no. Let's have... who's been waiting the longest? Oh, it's East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick, are you well?
I'm very well. Thanks for asking.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad because I'm going to get a job on Monday.
Which one are you going to get? You don't know till you get there, right?
I don't know yet, no, but I'm a little concerned about microchips in the vaccine.
Yes, well, there are many, but you won't be able to see them, of course. They're invisible to the naked eye, but it will scramble your mind as soon as you get it. That sound will be playing in your brain 24 hours a day.
But it's not Bill Gates that I'm worried about, because what bothers me is that Boris has made 90% false decisions since this all started. Starmer has made 90% good decisions since this all started. And Labour crept up in the polls up until December, and Boris went down in the polls. And then they started issuing the vaccine. And the latest polls are showing that Boris is going up and Starmer's going down. Have they put microchips in the vaccine? Because it's absolute lunacy.
It is, yes. People it's the recency effect. People don't remember anything, particularly negative things that happened more than about 10 seconds ago. They only remember the positive things that happened most recently, the recency effect, as opposed to the latency effect.
It's absolute nutcase that the polls are swinging on the basis that the vaccine's good.
They have forgotten absolutely everything that happened up to this moment. We have the worst death rate coupled with the worst economic hit of any country in the world, and yet they've forgotten all of that.
Absolutely. It's absolutely mental. I just can't believe it. It does my head in completely. I mean, I'm going to have the vaccine very happily on Monday without any problem at all. But but the other thing, just going back to America, because I know you like America, did you notice the story about the Texan mayor who said that when all the power went out, the water went out, the heating went out, that people should pick themselves up by their bootstraps and they should deal with it themselves. They shouldn't expect handouts. And then Cruz went to bloody Mexico.
Yeah, Ted Cruz. Yeah, one of the worst people that anybody's ever met.
One of the finest human beings you will ever have the privilege of knowing or meeting.
One of the worst people in the world. Just look at that face. That face doesn't tell a lie. He is awful. And yet the good people of Texas kept voting for him over and over again. They just voted him in again. So I've got to say they deserve everything they get. The Dingalings deserve everything they get. They keep voting for people whose every action and deed is not in their interest, and yet they keep doing it.
How the hell did you have that clip ready to go?
I'm, everything that I do is proper.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
I do things proper, Mike. Don't you worry about that. I got to go, but thanks a lot, mate. What they also did was, all those power outages in Texas, they blamed it on wind.
I know a lot about wind.
Yeah, it's because the wind died down. That's why all those oil power stations failed. Right, and the electricity substations failed, fed by oil. Right, because it's the wind failed. Yeah, and then Ted Cruz went to sunny Cancun, while the people that he's supposed to represent were dying from cold. And they didn't have any water, they didn't have any electricity, they didn't have any heat. They couldn't get down the road. I mean, it's Texas, for crying out loud. They don't have snow. And although I do remember the very first episode of Dallas was filmed in snow. Anybody remember that? I think it was the pilot. And it was the whole of the countryside had a light dusting of snow. So they do have snow in Texas. Just not very much of it, and not very often, because none of the rest of the series had anything but what looked like very, very warm surroundings. Windy, mind, very, very windy. It almost blew Swellen over a couple of times. Desmond.
Hello, Nick.
Desmond.
Thank you for speaking to me.
Thank you for speaking to me.
Oh my God!
I appreciate it.
Thank you. I am a loyalist and a unionist, a Scot, or as you probably can hear.
Yes.
But the thing is, Nick, I know you're going to say that Versailles they have more. What do you call it? Tourists and all this carry on.
But Versailles, they have more tourists and all this carry on.
We know all that. You know what I mean? All these places in France and all this. But isn't it better to have a little royal family? I mean, as you said before, and I said myself.
Why is it better?
Because it gives another string to our bow.
What string?
It does attract people, Nick.
No, it doesn't. What about Versailles and all that carry on?
Nick, when I was a wee boy... Oh, right. So, see, I've beaten you there for a start.
What do you mean?
Because to have the royal family when I first seen the Buckingham Palace come down from Scotland as a wee 10-year-old, I know I was a boy, obviously. I was in awe. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, well, whether or not the Queen is residing there, it would still be there. This ugly lump at the end of the mall.
But in your mind, you think the Queen is there.
But she almost certainly wasn't. I mean, you can tell when she's there because they fly a flag on top of it.
I know that when I'm older, but the thing is, and there's a lot of things, you told me last week I was going all over the place, but so are you a wee bit tonight.
What?
You mix me up a wee bit and you're bamboozling me.
Oh, I see. It's my fault.
No, but I mean, we in Scotland, I've got a lovely friend, Mrs. Joyce Massey.
Oh, Mrs. Joyce Massey, yes.
Went to Scotland, she's 90, and I took
How many?
95.
95 years old. Happy birthday, Mrs. Joyce.
Woman in the world.
Yeah, well, let's not get carried away.
And we went up to. She'd been to Scotland more than me, but then we went up to these bars and clubs in the Greater Glasgow and Central Scotland.
Yes.
As you will know when you lived there. Maybe
Sucky Hall Street.
Pardon?
Never mind.
No, I know what you meant. she couldn't believe that after the night we all stood up for the Union Jack and the Union flag was flying high.
What kind of a club was that?
It was a Loyalist club. It was a Sherry Club in Coatbridge.
A Sherry Club in Coatbridge?
No, Gat Sherry. G-A-R-T. Sherry Loyalist Club. Loyalist to the Queen.
Right.
But there's hundreds of those in central Scotland.
Right. If your name's not on the list, you're not coming in? I bet everybody... well, there is no list. You can just come in.
You know what?
Yeah. Just stride up to the empty bar. You'll be first to get served. There's nobody else there.
There's plenty. I swear. And then, as you know, you must have... When you were in Scotland, I'm getting off my subject now, really. But, I mean, let's go back to the royal family. I don't know, what do you start now? The English people...
And to think that the last time you called, I said you were all over the place.
I was. Don't say I'm still not. Don't. Give me a chance, Nick. Hello?
Yes.
Please.
You've been on for almost 5 minutes now, Desmond.
No, that's 3.5. And now, listen... You lived in Scotland and all that, but you're probably young and you're going to the concerts and all that, the pop concerts,
yes.
rock concerts.
Rock and roll.
I was born in bed there.
Yeah.
I was in central Scotland. Is no different from Northern Ireland. It's got Unionists were more loyal than the English. They haven't got a clue.
Let's not get into a contest about who's more of a patriot, for crying out loud. Who can wave the flag more vigorously than other people? It's a cult. It's like a religion. It's the only way to explain it, to explain people's feelings about it, because there's no logic to people's feelings about the royal family. It's illogical. And just like religions, you pour your money into it and expect nothing in return other than a warm feeling for having done what you think is your bit. It's just such a bizarre thing to feel strongly about. I just don't get it. And you, I don't think you can explain it to me, Desmond.
Listen, please, Nick, give me 1 wee minute.
1 wee minute, go.
Well, the past makes the future, and without these, you know, you've got to have foundations to build a brick wall.
Well, everybody does, but that doesn't doesn't mean that you have to drag the past into the future.
Right. Okay. Forget about the past, but let's keep what as you said about Brexit. I'm not any better. I voted Brexit, but I'm not any better off. I knew that, but
I don't think so. I think that people voted for Brexit because they thought it was going to be better.
But also, if the royal family go, I won't be any better off. But I think it's a brilliant occasion. It's our tradition.
Hundreds of millions of pounds better off. I mean, but I'm not advocating them disappearing. I'm not going to excise them from our lives. Just let's stop funding them so much money that we haven't got.
Listen, look at the Prince of Wales Trust. It does brilliant things for the country.
Yes, but that's irrespective of the actual prince. Like all of those charities that they're supposedly patrons of, they're like thousands and thousands. I mean, how much actual work and effort do you think the Queen puts into the 3,000-odd charities that she is supposedly patron of? I mean, in 10 years, she probably doesn't get around to all of them. So there is no... It's irrelevant. They don't actually go around shaking a tin, and neither does the royal family actually give any of their personal money to charity, as far as we're aware. I mean, you'd think that we'd know about it if they did. No, they just encourage other people to do that. But they don't even do that. Like once a year, if that, one of them will show up to a charity who has spent the last 3 months cleaning the entire building from top to toe. They will have ceased doing anything else other than preparing for the royal visit. And they will have hired caterers to make the most exquisite food for their royal personages. And there will be the most fabulous beverages that money can buy. And every single person will have been repurposed for the for that royal visit. All other work will have ceased. I mean, the amount of money that it costs people, like councils had to go through all this. Every time a royal personage comes over to cut a ribbon or open a new comfort facility or whatever it is, the amount of effort and work and money that goes into it. I mean, if you add it all up, it's not just the money that is paid directly to the family. It's not just the money that is spent in security, which goes into the hundreds of millions. It's not just the dusting and the heating and the lighting and the staffing of the manors and castles and mansions and estates and cottages and on and on and on. It's not just that. It's all of the money that we spend on titifying the place up for their visits. I mean, if they do 2 visits a day, how much must that actually cost? In man-hours and in paint and in new carpets and new furniture and, all of that stuff. I mean, the cost must be absolutely staggering. Everywhere they go, it smells of new paint. They must think that that's what the world smells of, paint. Anyway, Desmond, it's been a delight. I gave you way longer than you asked for. You do actually need to clean your shopping properly, especially your fridge-freezer food, as the virus survives a long time in cold conditions.
Oh, no.
And a little wipe won't cut it. You need a proper virus wipe or a disinfectant to kill it. Just a little squirt. Huh. Yeah, and imagine what else is coming our way. I mean, I've said this on here many times now, and I don't wish to alarm you, but I think we're getting off pretty lightly with this one. I mean, it could be much worse, the invisible menace. I mean, we swerved something that was, 30 times as bad with MERS or SARS, whichever the one was worse. Now, if MERS or SARS had been as transmissible as this invisible menace, then, we'd be looking at 20 million dead people in this country. I'll let that sink in for a moment. Then what would be top of the news? Exactly. So I think we're getting off quite lightly, but we might not get off lightly the next time. And one thing that is absolutely certain is that we will not be prepared the next time. We'll cross our fingers and hope it goes just fine, like we always do. And if it happens within the next 5 years or so, which is entirely possible, then I can absolutely guarantee that we won't be ready.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
0345 6060 973. Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Oh yeah, hi Nick. Good evening. I'm ringing. I've touched on 2 things, so I'm not going to take too much time on either. But I thought I'd ring you about the bird. I'm glad to hear you think you've identified a bird, though it hasn't got web feet. But it's what's interesting about this whole thing, trying to help you identify the bird. It's been quite an educational thing, but quite a revelation for me, because I've found out a lot about birds that I didn't know.
Yeah.
So, like, if this bird is a wader, for instance, it's a migratory bird, and it could come all the way from Siberia and making its way to Africa. And it makes you wonder, sort of, they've got this built-in map of stars or navigation. They've got magnets in their beak or whatever. But they do. They have some magnetic.
They got magnets in their beak. Wow, this is an educational show, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's been more than that. It's a revelation. The things I've been finding out and looking into about the migration. Because
now you talk about them coming.
They're born with a map of stars.
You talk about it coming from Siberia, and that actually fits because wait a minute, calm down. Just take a breath.
I'm excited.
I know, me too. I'm on the radio. Isn't it thrilling? It does fit because of the colour of the thing, because it was mostly white and with flecks of grey. And in a Siberian scenery, you'd think it would disappear.
Yeah, exactly. And when they go to the warmer climates, when they go to Africa, so that when they winter in Africa or come to Africa, they find their way to Africa. How did that happen? That can't be simple evolution, surely.
Magnets.
I'm not saying God put some map in them, but
no.
It took mankind ages to navigate. From say,
Jan,
Spain to the Caribbean.
If I didn't have a sat-nav on my phone, I wouldn't be able to find my way home.
No, but listen, I found out this. I looked it up briefly online, googled it, and the last sighting of a plover, a sand plover, was in the UK in 2003, and it was from Mongolia.
Well, maybe it wasn't a sand plover, though, but it looked similar, but its body was really small. I'd say it was about... it's about that... Oops. It was about that big. How big is that? Wait a minute. Hang on. Wait a minute. I'm not asking you. Hang on a minute. How big is that?
4 or 5 inches, probably.
No way.
Yeah.
That is not 4 or 5 inches. That's about 3 inches. Get me a ruler in here right now, straight away. That's about 3 inches long. I think the body was about the same size as like a blue tit or a great tit.
Yeah, a little wren or something, a blue tit or something.
Yeah, I don't know what a wren looks like, but anyway, it's about 3 inches tops. With legs that were twice as long as its body. Ridiculous looking bird.
It's some sort of wader, though, and it's probably some migratory bird.
Well, the leg length implies it is a wader, or it just runs about rather than flies.
Yeah, it's a coastal bird. It's probably migratory. I just think you should try and find out what it is.
I've been trying for weeks now to find out what it is.
I've been trying to help you.
Oh, this is you trying to help, is it? Please, Jan, stop helping me.
I've stopped my bleeper going. I'm the one with the noisy bleeper.
You're the woman with the bleeping,
well, it's still bleeping, but it's in the
smoke alarm.
It's in the other room. I thought I'd spare you freaking out. Well, not freaking out.
Well, now, wait a minute. Wait. So you're the person whose smoke alarm kept beeping because you refused to change the battery, and it was annoying you trying...
I refused it. My neighbour living down the road from me was falling asleep and heard my voice on the radio.
Yeah.
She listens to your show.
Right.
So, I don't want to get... It's sorted out in a way.
Is it? In a way?
It was good.
Well, what does that mean?
Good. Don't interrogate me too much.
What does it mean in a way? You mean...
I don't know. People recognise my voice and they wake up and they hear my voice and say, "Oh, that's Jan speaking on LBC."
Yeah, no doubt. But how have you resolved your beeping smoke alarm?
I've come into the other room.
You've put it in another room.
No,
Why do you refuse to change its battery?
Listen, when you've got sounds around you that you don't want to block out, it's good to have something to block it out. Otherwise,
it doesn't block out any noise. It beeps like about every 30 seconds.
40 seconds, yeah. But listen, Nick, can we leave the bird? I wanted to say something about the Queen as well.
Right. Try slowing down a bit because I can barely keep up with.
I'm just what do you call it?
Overexcited. Yeah,
being on air and it's not an everyday thing for me.
You need to take a chill pill, relax, and float downstream. Yeah.
On the back of a sand plover, a greater sand plover.
Right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, about the Queen, I've been listening to from the beginning of your show, and it's all can be very funny and amusing. But I'm neither a monarchist nor a Republican or anything. I look upon the Queen. I would never put her on the level of a religious cult or on the level of a religion. But I think of her as a human being. I think of her as a human being.
She's a human being. Yes.
And it's on one level, you could be accused of... You're not going to put the phone down on me, are you? You could be accused of granny bashing someone who's coming to the end of her life.
Well, okay, but the problem with that thinking is that there is never a good time to criticise the royal family, ever. There is never a day in the year or any year that is a good time to criticise the royal family. No such time ever exists. So you just have to plunge right in there and say what you think at any given time. There is no proper time. That's what you get back every time that this subject comes up. Oh, now is not the proper time. Oh, it's not the proper time now. Jan, I've got to go. Here I am putting the phone down on you. But please, for your own safety, change the battery in your smoke alarm. It's annoying you for a purpose. That noise. It's to make you do something. And that something is to change the battery, not just hide it in a room you don't go in. And I'll pass that on as excellent advice. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Golders Green. Hello, Maria.
Hi, Nick. I absolutely love your show.
Oh, thanks.
And I want to give you some reasons to consider not sterilising everything.
Not sterilising everything?
Yes, absolutely.
Well,
I'm a biologist.
A biologist, right? An expert on the phone, so no one is remotely interested in anything you have to say. Go ahead.
Oh, I wish I hadn't started with that. But things lying around in a warehouse can't hold on to germs for long. It's only if someone's touched it recently that it should be of concern to you.
Yeah.
But your stomach is full of acid, and that kills all bacteria and viruses.
Acid?
Unless you have a huge...
Yes.
Unless you have a huge dose of it. So you don't want to eat your plastic bags that your apples were stored in.
Right.
But a little bit your stomach acid can cope with.
Well, how about if I wash the apples in washing up liquid?
I mean, why not? If you have the time and patience, why not? But you're not inhaling it. It's a respiratory illness. Eating it won't...
Yeah, okay, but the next thing that comes along may be much, much more serious and might be nestling in the crook of one of those wire shopping trolleys.
Viruses actually can't hold on to things for very long. They need cells to reproduce. So if they're on a metal surface, they eventually die after a few days.
Eventually? Well, how about a person puts their child into, one of those shopping trolleys. The child has an accident.
Dreadful.
And you put your, whatever it is, your leaks in there, right where it's, done its business.
The important thing is you've held on to that trolley, the diseased trolley, and then you've washed your hands before ever touching your face. That virus has not got into your system.
Nobody washes their hands before they put their hands in their face.
That's 100% true.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, you're right.
So everything you just said is untrue.
Liar!
And you're an expert.
Oh, yeah. I reckon if you want to also put the toilet seat down...
Yes.
With your hands, that's okay, because then you wash your hands straight after using it.
But don't touch the flush with your hands, though. You got to flush with your feet.
Why?
Are you kidding me? I don't touch the flush part with my hand because people have just used the toilet and then the next thing they touch is the flush. So don't touch the flush with your hands. You got to operate it with your foot.
I see.
It can't just be me who does that. Come on, Maria. See, I told you she was an expert and nobody would be remotely interested in anything she has to say. How could you be more wrong?
Oh, hello.
Hello. And now the weather. We're all going to die.
What?
The world reached a turning point towards the tail end of the Stone Age. This weather report starts a little while ago. In Europe, evolutionary cousins, the Neanderthals, vanished. Well, not all of them. Not all Neanderthals vanished. Let's not be in any doubt about that.
Yeah. Wait.
Some are still with us. Now, the Neanderthals have taken over America.
I love the poorly educated.
Animals smaller than a kangaroo are spreading disease that will disappear, and every reachable wall is covered in graffiti. Welcome to the Stone Age, because that's exactly what happened then. The world reached a turning point towards the tail end of the Stone Age. Our closest evolutionary cousins, the Neanderthals, vanished. In Australia, every animal larger than a kangaroo disappeared. And our species displayed a creative explosion of cave art. I knew it was coming and it still made me laugh. That is the sound of cave art exploding. Fact. A new study argues that the big die-off can be linked to one event. a sudden collapse of the Earth's magnetic field, which left the planet vulnerable to a blistering surge of cosmic radiation. Cosmic?
Yowza.
One research published in the Journal of Science points to that we are overdue a repeat of this scenario.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, the scenario. It looks at the most recent reversal of our magnetic field, which surrounds the world like an invisible balloon, defending us from a barrage of deadly particles emitted by the sun. About 42,000 years ago, the poles flipped, and magnetic north essentially became south. The magnetic field generated by the churning of molten iron in the Earth's outer core faded to 6% of its usual strength, and the sun began to emit intense bursts of radiation. The Earth, therefore, was left open to the fury of these cosmic winds. The ozone layer was destroyed, tropical electrical storms raged, but on the plus side, unchecked solar winds generated spectacular auroras across much of the planet.
Groovy.
Scientists now wonder if history could be about to repeat as the North Magnetic Pole moves from Canada. We suspect there is something on the way, said one expert. So, whatever we've got going on at the moment, all bets are off in the future. Don't make any long-term plans. The poles are about to flip. This show's educational, isn't it?
No.
In other news, furious pub bosses stormed out of a heated government meeting, which is usually what happens when alcohol is involved.
Booze.
The UK's hard-hit hostility industry is set to be a key fixture in the Prime Minister's roadmap out of lockdown, due to be unveiled on Monday. He's got a roadmap. Well, it's a good job he doesn't look in the rear-view mirror, because all he'll see is a mountain of dead bodies that he's just run over because, well, he couldn't be bothered to attend emergency meetings, and he told us not to wear masks, and he refused to lock down early like other better-run countries, and boasted about shaking hands with everyone in a COVID ward, and axing widespread testing in March, and clearing out hospitals to send sick people into care homes, and locking down too late for a second time, and not stopping diseased people flying into the country, and spreading around of billions of pounds to mates and donors for PPE that didn't work and which should have already been in stock, and sending the schools back for one day, and letting us mingle at Christmas, and spending £28 billion on a test and trace system that doesn't work, and backing Cummings and his own dad, who ignored the regulations that Johnson himself set. But apart from that, how's he done?
Dreadful.
But he's got a roadmap.
Oh, fabulous.
Seriously, if a man with that record said he'd drawn a map to take us out of danger, you'd have to be off your head to follow him. Which brings us back to...
booze.
He's expected to allow pubs to reopen in May, with a maximum of 2 households allowed to sit together indoors and the rule of 6 applying outside. Did you get that?
No.
I hope you've got a pen and paper, because this is important. Ministers are urging the government to introduce vaccine passports as a way to revive bars and pubs and restaurants. Unfortunately, young people are out of luck. These have been called unworkable by countless venues who claim that their target market, 18 to 25-year-olds, won't be able to get the jab until autumn. No fun till September, kids. How'd you feel about that? And now rumours are circulating that pubs might be allowed to reopen with outdoor-only service on the service, as early as April. Did you hear? April, outside only. Sparking fears for Britain's 30,000 venues without beer gardens. Yeah, there's a lot of places that ain't got no place to put a chair. And they could see their Treasury support cut off. Representatives for the Campaign for Pubs in southwest England, Alistair Kerr, said, the proposal by the government to only allow pubs to open and serve their outside areas, such as beer gardens, is an absurd idea and should not be implemented, he said. Pubs have suffered their worst trading year on record. And if this policy were to be put in place, then upwards of 30,000 of our beloved pubs would stay in this prolonged suffering. Beloved? That's stretching it a bit, isn't it? He said pubs play a crucial role in our society. Communities can simply no longer be poorly treated by this government. Well, I think that we've got 4 years of this, haven't we? He said the government must see pubs have had an unproportionate burden of restrictions placed on them. And now it must support our pubs, not hinder our pubs. General Secretary of the Association of Festival Organisers, Steve Heap, said... I didn't expect that. He's called Steve Heap. What's funny about that? He said he's looking for... looking for jab-proof... venues. What? Looking for jab-proof... Oh, proof of having had a jab. See? I got distracted by the Heap part. He said looking for jab-proof will be a clear and safe way to return to live venues, as rapid testing will be very difficult to operate at the gate of a festival. I think he's confused. Either I am or he is. I think he's saying that if you've got to prove that you've had a jab, or you've got to get one of those super-fast tests, super-fast test, then it's not going to work. How can that work? Your name's not on the list, so you're not getting in. It follows research which found that the virus is now spreading the most among young people, with COVID the most common among those aged 18 to 24, which are the very people that these pubs and bars and nightclubs are eager to entice. Meanwhile, Mr. Johnson, Boris, is facing a cabinet rebellion over his refusal to sanction vaccine passports. A senior minister told The Times that vaccine certificates could allow a sped-up return to high business levels. Earlier this week, a boss warned that the use of a COVID vaccine passport to help businesses reopen could put venues at risk from possible claims for discrimination. Yeah, get Daniel Barnett back. He's got a lot of work to do. Johnson said to oppose COVID passports amid fears that millions of Britons could be cut off from the rest of the population, creating a two-tier society. Yeah, I know, we could call them the haves and the have-nots. Harge texts, this is probably from last night, you do need to actually clean your shopping properly, especially your fridge-freezer food, as the virus survives a long time in cold conditions.
Oh, no.
And a little wipe won't cut it, as you need a proper virus wipe or disinfectant to kill it. Oh, well, you know what? Forget it. I don't care if I do die. I mean, I clean it with, what's the generic term for fairy liquid? Yeah, that. And if that's not going to do it, then never mind. Faye in Sheffield, I'm not going to add extra washing up liquid. He's right now. I know. I know. I mean, if using washing up liquid isn't going to do it, then I'm not adding extra, elements to my grocery regime. I just won't. There's plenty enough as it is. Hang on, I'm going to cough. You've got to wear a mask, first of all, which is blooming annoying because you never remember it. You leave it in the car and you get to the entry and you can't go in one door because you've got to go in the other door. Only one way. And you get to the door and you queue up and you get in and you go, oh, damn it, the mask's in the car. So you've got to go all the way back, about 100 yards. Pick it out of the car. And remember also that you didn't take a pound with you because the trolley needs a pound. And I've got to add virus wipes and disinfectant. I've got to disinfect my groceries. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't want to, and you can't make me. Faye in Sheffield says, I'm not a usual listener at this time of night, but yes, I couldn't agree more with all that you've said. I haven't started yet, Faye. And if you're not a usual listener, are you an unusual listener? Marcus in Falmouth says, I just worked out with them the money they spent on testing Trace. He could have given every person in the UK £466 each. Well, that's just a fact. And even if it's not a fact, it doesn't mean that it's not true. So we're going to get a roadmap. Isn't it exciting? I don't know. So I'll go through that in great detail, even though we haven't heard it yet. I know what he's going to say. And I'll come back in a moment. I have to go away, have a good cough. I have a persistent cough. Nothing to worry about. This entire area, this whole room is going to have to get burnt.
How exciting.
Isn't it just?
Now, I'm ringing you on my phone that I've had for 7 years, thinking I better keep a landline. I might need to ring Nick Abbott.
Yes.
And
you're coming through loud and clear as a bell.
I've never used this phone ever. No one's ever rung me. I don't know what the number is. And for the last 3 months, I've had my BT broadband, which you had to have the phone line for, and then a new internet provider. And I couldn't cancel the BT one because I still hadn't made my phone call to Nick Abbott. So I've got to do this. I've got to do it.
Well, it is as though we're speaking face to face. It's a dream. I can do one better than you. I've got a landline, but not only do I not know the number, I haven't even plugged a phone into it to use it.
But
I have no phone.
Are you paying for the privilege?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I find it very, very annoying. Why can't you have the internet without without a landline?
Well, you can now. If you get fibre optic, it seems you can. But, you know.
Really?
But now I want to keep my phone because it's got sentimental value now.
Well, you can keep the phone. You can let the line go because the phone will always be. You can touch and feel and sniff the phone, but you can't do that with a line.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Right. Well, it's been a revelation, Zoe.
And it was so nice to hear everybody at the A to Z over Christmas. Everyone was so appreciative of you. And I think that's just right. Just right. And you were so touched. It was all just joyous.
Wasn't it lovely?
Yeah,
on
it
Jesus'
really was.
birthday. I know, it was a marvellous thing. I had a hoot and a half.
Yeah.
All
well,
right.
I'll have to get a landline in another 7 years to join in with that one.
Well, I should look forward to that. Thanks a lot, Zoe. Cheers, my dear.
Thank you.
0345 6060 973. Yeah, by the way, if you want to be amused and remember what last year was like, some of the good bits of last year, then the A to Z of 2020 is still available as podcasts. This show gets put up on the internet. Have you heard about the internet? Oh, there's stuff on the internet you wouldn't believe.
Disgusting.
It gets put up onto the internet as a podcast, this show. We take the ads and the news out, we strip them out so that it becomes shorter, and therefore you use less electricity listening to it, by which method we can save the planet. Just look for it on an internet near you. Ask for it by name. The whole show, Nick Abbott, the whole show. I think that's what it's called, Nick Abbott, the whole show. Or just do Nick Abbott podcasts, and all three, count them, 3 that I do, will come up right before your very eyes. Cannes in France. Helen.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, Helen.
Yes, it's Helen, yes. I was just ringing because I've just recently had a facelift, and I'm lying in bed recovering after surgery, and you make me laugh too much, and I'm not supposed to. And last night you had some guy on talking about banning COVID in 2020, and then he said he had 22 other issues, and I was roaring with laughter, and I'm lying in bed downstairs. My husband's in the bedroom upstairs, thinking, what the hell is she doing? I'm trussed up like a chicken. I've got this bandage all around my head. I hurt everywhere, and I was roaring with laughter. Tears rolling down my eyes, and I mustn't laugh.
You can still you can still produce tears, can you?
Well, I can, but everything's sore, everything's uncomfortable. I have to sleep sitting up like a horse. It's awful. Everything's uncomfortable.
Why can't you lie down?
Because your face might unravel. I might come undone like a patchwork doll.
Well,
so
can I ask you a couple of questions about this?
You can. Yes.
Right. Okay. First of all, approximately to the nearest foot, how much did you have your face lifted by?
Well, actually, I had a lower facelift, which is like the neck lift, because I was starting to look a bit like a turkey.
A turkey?
You know?
Yeah.
A pretty turkey, but
I'll be
it's
the
like,
judge of
where's
that.
my face gone? So
Yeah.
the face slips with gravity,
Mm-hmm.
and I've never done anything in my life. I've never had any work, no Botox, no nothing.
Yeah.
And I thought, if I'm going to do it, I may as well do it. So what they do is they basically cut all the way around your ear, put their hands inside, pull it all
Oh
up,
my God!
suck out all the loose bits.
Oh! Way too much information.
I know. I know. They suck out all the bits, then they sew it up.
Oh, you're still telling me?
Yes, because I've got a lovely neck now. A beautiful neck.
Is it?
But
now, you're not one of these people that now looks as though they're permanently surprised, are you?
No, that's Botox.
That's facelifts, I think. That's
well,
what they...
that's when they take it from the forehead. What they do with the neck lift, they only take the lower part underneath the chin and the neck. And
but now you see, you'll have a 20-year-old's neck and a 50-year-old's face.
It's a bit older than that, actually. But no, it's all looking good, except that everything's uncomfortable, and it will look natural. You look refreshed. That's the idea.
Right, like you've had a holiday. Well, here's a good idea. Why didn't you just take a holiday?
Because I can't.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, not allowed to. I mean? But you're in Cannes. People from this country go to Cannes to take a holiday.
Yeah, I know, but you sort of get used to it here. And anyway, everybody has bits of work done down here, so it's not unusual.
Yeah.
You've got to keep up, you see.
Yep, that's absolutely right, yes. You keep young and beautiful. Everybody sing. It's your duty to be beautiful.
Stop it. Please don't do it.
You know, what you're going to have to get next done is where they slice down each side of your face, and then they get behind you, and they grab your skin, put their knee in the back of your head, and then heave your skin back, so that you do look as though everything is coming as a stunned shock.
Yeah, no. I shall look normal. That's what they've said. I'm going to look normal.
Yeah.
But
wouldn't that be marvellous to look normal? God, I can only dream of looking normal.
No, but I always used to look like me, and then suddenly I thought, who? In the morning, you look, you think, who are you?
Get up first thing in the morning, you take a peek in the mirror, and you go, who is that?
Exactly. I look like I've been, I don't know, the neck slobbing about. It's horrible. And I look after myself, but I can't do anything about it. But I'm just telling you off, please don't make me laugh so much, because I can't sleep. I'm so uncomfortable.
Oh, I see.
I listen to you, and you keep making me laugh.
Your discomfort is my fault. I understand.
It is. So stop it.
Okay, I'll do my very best. Thanks a lot, Helen. Oh, and in closing...
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Bushra texts, don't pretend you need £1 for your trolley. The Waitrose trolleys do not need £1. No, they don't. I wasn't talking about Waitrose. Archie says, is the road map from the man who couldn't finish a bridge? Help. Yes, that's right. Yeah, he couldn't finish a bridge. It was a bridge over the Thames. I mean, you could spit from one side of the Thames to the other, and he still couldn't find his way from the north side to the south. Yeah, I mean, seriously, let's just pause and think about it for a moment. Would you accept a roadmap from this man?
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, a man who thinks that this guy would be good as education chief. I rest my face. Carrie in Kingston says, Nick, I think the gentleman's idea yesterday of a few drops of Milton in the washing water is a great idea when washing your shopping. If it works sterilising babies' bottles, it should be good for your shopping. Yeah, well, I don't know anything about Milton. I'm not going to go and buy extra products, crying out loud. I'm up to my eyeballs in hand squirt. I don't need to buy anything else. I'm not going to do it. Plus, people think I'm crazy for washing my shopping in the first place. It seems like ancient history now, but I do remember watching a video from some American expert who said that that's absolutely what you should do. First of all, you go buy your shopping, then leave it outside your house for 3 days. Like there'd be anything there when you got back. Leave it outside your house for 3 days, he said, and then if any of it has not gone off, then bring it in and give it a good wash. Spit and a polish. No, this is getting out of hand. I've had enough. Trish says, I'm just listening to the lady who had a facelift saying that you're making her laugh, and I thought I would let you know I was listening to you after my tummy tuck in October, and I was trying not to laugh. You see, I couldn't cough, laugh, or sneeze, but I couldn't miss your show. I was in Istanbul, and you helped me get through it. Right, you went to Istanbul to have a tummy tuck. Was that wise? It was probably cheap, right? People, you're beautiful just the way you are. Concept, Sean.
I had that woman's just put me off my Big Mac. I'm going to sue her.
Yes. Yeah, well, it's a good job you're not having chicken McNuggets, isn't it?
Do you think Hancock should resign? After being found guilty of squandering billions of pounds to his mates?
Well, he wasn't found guilty of that. He was found guilty of the much lesser crime of not telling us about it in good time.
Because he squandered it. He's given it to his mates, hasn't he?
Well, that may or may not be true. That was not proved in court. I think it was a piddling little thing, really, that they proved in court. He's supposed to tell us what he's done within 3 months. I may have got the details wrong because they're so boring. Within 3 months, he's supposed to tell us, and that's what he was found guilty of not doing, not telling us about his various deeds and misdeeds in the appropriate time slot. Big deal.
Do you think Charles should have been allowed to go and see his father?
Okay, well, if everybody was accorded the same rights, then yes, and if not, no. In that order. All right, but as to your first question, yeah, I think he should. No, he should not resign because he shouldn't be given time to. He should be properly fired. But as the people that would be doing the firing are just as up to their eyeballs guilty as he is, then that wouldn't really solve the problem for us, would it? We wouldn't get closure, would we? All right, thanks a lot, Sean. I'm super, thanks for asking. Lynn texts, Nick, never mind about facelifts, I would be happy to get a haircut. I might have to do a DIY one if the hairdressers don't open soon. No, don't do it. It ain't worth it. God, mine is an absolute disgrace. I mean, look at me. Awful. No, Nick, it's not awful. Why do you keep beating yourself up like that? You got a marvellous head of hair. Show it off, lovely boy. Windsor Davis. Up-to-date reference there, kids. Look it up. Ain't half hot, mum. You'll hate it. There's something else you'll want to ban. Cindy texts, we'd better hope that the polls don't switch just as Boris gets his roadmap out, because Dominic's sure to get lost again. Yeah, Dominic Cummings. We're still not missing you, Dominic, in case you were wondering. Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Hi, Nick. You all right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
So, I've got my jab booked for Tuesday.
Ah, yes.
And I went shopping last night.
Shopping?
Yeah.
What for?
What prompted me to ring in was the old talk of shopping and your disinfecting of your shopping.
Yes.
And for the first time, I actually froze outside the supermarket. I didn't get out of the car 15 minutes. I was really, really torn as to whether to go in, because I don't want to be that guy.
Yes.
That's got his jab booked.
And then gets it.
Yeah,
right.
In the final throw.
Well, you've got another you've got about 4 months of that to go, because you'll get the jab, and then it takes about 2-3 weeks to get going.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And then you've got to get the second one.
Yeah, I know. The other thing is, what a result about Uber. I don't know whether you remember, but I phoned you in January last year.
Well, whatever you're about to say, the answer is no. I do not remember.
Okay. Well, it was basically, I was down in the dumps because I just had a whole Christmas of earning some really good money privately. And then once all the Christmas parties and everything dried up, my first day back to Uber, and I did about 9-10 hours and about 20 quid, I think.
Wow.
And I was like, really like, oh, for God's sake, because for me it was a case of having to do it rather than wanting to do it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But now, hopefully, I've just got this thing where, mark my words, they will be gone from this country within a year.
Well, we'll find out. I very much doubt it. People have written up the demise of Uber over and over again, and they've been wrong every single time. So we'll find out. I don't really want to get into it, but it's like Amazon. They've given us a convenience, and people will drop absolutely everything for a small convenience. They will act outside their own best interests in the long run for a small convenience in the short run. That's the nature of humankind, and it is what will do for us in the end.
Well, the thing is, I mean, the thing with Uber is it needed for an authority to step in to take the wind out of their sails. And the same thing has to happen for online shopping. If only we had a government that would tax these people properly to put some good back into the system, then, you know, people might think twice about that as well.
Right, okay, well, 4 years' time, fingers crossed, eh? I'm not holding out any hope because, you know, people will say that that's socialism and we don't want socialism. Not round these parts. Thanks a lot, Simon. 0345 6060 973. Christoph tweets, we've been using Milton to sanitise glassware between science lessons. Be advised that it needs to be 10 times stronger than the standard dilution and in contact for 15 minutes to be effective against COVID. Not really safe for shopping. Wow, he sounds like an expert. And therefore, nobody is remotely interested in anything he has to say. Right, so see, I go back to my... I think, I've said this before, and this is not an original thought either, but we are so up to our eyeballs in germ-free wipes that we are setting ourselves up for the next mild thing to come round the corner and flatten the entire human race. We've just got no immune system anymore. Every single person who's listening to this right now, drop everything and go out and lick a bus stop. Do it now. And then tell me how it feels. What does it taste like? What do you think it tastes like? It's probably a bit like chicken. 0345 6060 973. I want to talk about Boris Johnson's roadmap because I have detailed files.
Correct.
Let's have, first though, East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, talking about his roadmap, the one thing that they have announced is that they're going to allow people to go into care homes and hold Granny's hand.
Right.
And that reminded me, and we're of a similar age, so when you go back to the 70s and 80s, do you recall nightclubs used to have Grab a Granny nights where they didn't play current music, but played music from 20 years earlier, filled the nightclub with 40 and 50-year-old women,
yeah,
and 20-year-old blokes, and it was...
I have never heard of such a thing. Well, they used to play Ken Dodd music.
Absolutely, but yeah, it was and the nightclubs in the city took turns and had different Grab a Granny nights, and they absolutely filled the place with 40, 50-year-old women and 20-year-old blokes, and this was magic. And I thought, Boris has actually cheered me up for once by bringing back you can go and hold a granny's hand.
Are you dreaming this? That never happened.
It did. I'll bet you that other people will ring in and say, yeah, Grab a Granny nights were real things, where they played music from 20 years earlier and filled it with older people, or older women.
Actually, my glamorous assistant has just, like as though by magic, just spirited a poster for such an event onto my screen. Where'd you get that from?
It's on the Middlesbrough local paper.
All right, Grab a Granny Tuesdays are back. The 13th, 20th and 27th of December. Is this last year?
I hope not.
And there's a granny who's got she's tasting something out of a pot. That's not very appropriate, is it? Well, she's going to bring her own cooking. She's going to bring soup. Huh. Well,
I never thought I could teach you anything, Nick, but the other bit, just an update. I mentioned Ted Cruz last night.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that the American version of the RSPCA has gone mental because not only did he go to Mexico intending to stay a week, but he left his dog at home.
Oh, yeah, without heat or food or water or anything, yeah. Yeah, and meanwhile, the right-wing media in America were complaining that Joe Biden's dog hadn't been brushed. It was a rescue dog. It's really, really old. It looks like, you know, it's not a cute dog. It was in a state when he got it, and that's all they could talk about. You know, Texas is It's the opposite of on fire. I was going to say on fire, but it's not. It's the opposite of on fire. It's freezing blooming cold. They've never had it so bad. They haven't got any electricity. They haven't got any water, for crying out loud. And the right-wing press are just banging on about how distressed Joe Biden's dog looks. God. Thank goodness for America, because otherwise we would be the laughing stock of the world.
Oh, shut up!
Thanks a lot. Grab a granny. Well, do they also have grab a granddad night? Sexist? No, they don't, do they? I bet they don't. Look that up right now. Grab a granddad.
Okay.
Be very, very careful what site you click on. I want to talk about Boris Johnson's roadmap, but first, these people, they just keep calling me and calling me. How do they get my number? Central London. Hello, Jade.
Hello, Nick. How are you, mate? All right?
Good, thanks.
You know what? I was going to call you for the last 3 weeks. Just keep busy. And one suggestion for you. You know, I heard on the radio last week before, you were suffering for your broadband.
Yeah.
I've got a good suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you're going to... have you heard about the SIM, obviously, like a normal SIM you can put in your phone?
Yeah.
So what you do, I don't want to mention any name for the brand, but they only 3 company does. They're big boys, so you can get any other SIM card. You just basically put them on the thing. They give you the device with the SIM card.
A device? So you
just,
what kind of a device?
Like a broadband stuff, as usual one in your house. So you put your SIM card in there. There's a slot there. You put your SIM card and plug in. That's it.
Wow. Well, that sounds like a miracle.
That's a really good one, because I'm using it at the moment. I had a similar sort of issues, not exactly the same as yours, but the house I have, obviously I moved last month. Then it's kind of one of these old mansion type Victorian flat. Guess what? They don't have any phone connection.
No, of course not.
I live in By Tower Bridge, but can you imagine this? They don't have any.
Well,
any
it's probably stuffed with grannies. They're not remotely interested in the internet.
Yeah, do you know what? It's just a whopping, mate. All retired people and dogs. That's it.
Okay, but that's your advice. Okay, I'm going to write this down. It's a broadband thing, and you stick a SIM in it, or something like that. Did I get that right?
It's
a broadband thing with a SIM. Yeah, okay. All right.
Card,
Excellent advice.
SIM contract,
leave it with me, Jade, and I'll do the very best I can. Thanks a lot, mate. What an educational programme this is turning out to be, eh?
No.
I was trying to get the internet by having a hot spot, but unfortunately the mobile phone reception where I live is abysmal. So the postman can't find me. You can't get a mobile phone signal, and the internet speed is. I tested it the other day. It was 0.19 megabits. Is that good?
No.
No, it's worse than dial-up. It's awful. 0.19. But that's because I was trying to. The dopes who had installed the phone line put it in one side of... they put it in the living room, basically, and I haven't set the computer up in the living room. I put it in one of the little bedrooms. It's in a study. But the walls are so thick in this place that Wi-Fi signals can't get through. And so I had... if you can make the thing go through the electric cables by getting a plug. Don't ask me what it's called. I've got no idea. A DSL wire plug electric thing. And it was dire, to put it mildly. James texts, where is Gollum? I don't know. He'll be in some burrow somewhere. Has he completely gone to ground, says James. Look under the nearest bridge. And where is Call Me Dave, he says. Is he still in the shed? Yes, David Cameron, still not missing you, by the way.
I think this is nonsense.
But we know where to find you if we do. You'll be in the shed where they keep the tools. Let's have a call in Birmingham. Hello, Bruno. Bruno?
Hello, Nick.
Yes, Bruno.
Hello, Nick.
Go ahead.
Hello. Just wanted to talk about the road map.
Yes.
I think it makes sense to say we're going to do A first, B second, C third, just to try and inform people, really. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. I wonder how long he took to come up with that. Ages, probably. This text says, Nick, can I suggest that you invest in a UV lamp to sterilise your shopping? You can suggest all you like. I'm not going to do it. A UV lamp to sterilise your shopping. I'm going to give my cornflakes a tan. No. No, I'm. You see, it's like that guy that was talking to me just a moment. Not that guy, but like some while ago. He was sitting in the car outside the supermarket, debating whether to go in because he's going to get the jab this week. And I've been saying this for a while now. You don't want to be the last person to get shot before the ceasefire. It's a bit like that, isn't it? You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. You just don't want to catch it now. I mean, you've gone all this way, and if you're about to get the injection, you don't want to catch it just before you get the injection. There's going to be people that do, and they'll be sorry. Some of them will be. And you don't want that to be you. So I think people are taking, they're rethinking their routine. And they are, because we've all become a bit lax. I mean, you can only keep up, intense concern for so long, can't you? It's like, I don't know where people are going, but the roads are absolutely chock-a-block full. There was queues at traffic lights all the way here. Where are people going? There's nothing open. But I was mentioning this last night, it's absolutely not like it was in the first lockdown, which was proper. I mean, people were scared. I'll tell you how scared people were. I used to do this show, as I've mentioned many times, with marigolds on. 3 hours I used to sit here with marigolds on because I didn't want to touch anything. The most uncomfortable gloves that have ever been invented, by the way. If you're going to wear a pair of gloves for 3 hours, make them breathable, because those definitely aren't. I mean, I know that's why they're like that, so that the water doesn't get in. But really, they're for short periods of time to wear, not for 3 hours. I mean, there's I used to pick my hands up to reach for something above me, and trickles of sweat used to fall out the bottom of them. Awful. But that's how it used to be, but it ain't like that no more. People will start taking a risk, getting a bit lax. But I think that we're becoming a little bit tighter now, that the prospect of this all being over is coming into view. And this is where this roadmap comes in. And it's a bit, I'm abutting the news, so I can't fit it in now. I'll talk about it after the news. Boris Johnson's got a roadmap. Isn't that great?
No.
But yeah, be careful now, because there's absolutely no reason why you are safer now than you used to be before. In fact, there's plenty of reasons why you are in more danger, because it's evolved. It's got mutants now, which are... I've got absolutely no idea what I'm talking about anymore on this or any other subject, as a matter of fact. But they're easier to catch and worse when you catch them. So they say. So you don't want to get it now. Not as the prospect of getting a jab hoves into view. I've had mine. A little bit sore on the arm, but apart from that, no problemo. But if I touch my arm here, it hurts just a little bit.
Stop whining.
But, other than that, it was fine. I was a good boy, I was. No lollipop, though, which I thought was a bit much. And they didn't ask me to stick around to see if I, fainted away or had a negative reaction to it. And I can't imagine how many people they're actually getting through. I mean, I know that we're told that it's millions and millions of people, which sounds good. Let's not get carried away with the praise for the government, because it's the only good thing that they've done. You know, eventually, just by sheer dumb luck, they're bound to get something right. But I don't see how they could have got through very many people. Because when I went into the waiting room at the GP's, there was just one person there, and he went in. And when he came out, I went in, and when I came out, there was one person in the waiting room. And the in and the out was about 10 minutes. So that's 6 people an hour. That's not really chewing through them, is it? I thought it was going to be much, much quicker than that. I thought we were going to be like on a conveyor belt of people. Shoulder to shoulder, I thought we'd be. But that's probably, not a very good idea. But how they're getting through so many is just beyond me. In Manchester, apparently, there's like half of the people that have been offered the jab at one of these big mega centres, half of them haven't shown up. Which seems properly weird. Why not? What are you waiting for? A chauffeured limousine? Just get out there and get it. Of course, ever since I had it, I've got Bill Gates in my mind telling me to turn myself off and on again. What's that about? Paul says the guy who called about the roadmap was fantastically spot on and got it all in the correct order. Yeah, first you start with the A's, and then you start with the B's. You've got to get it in the correct order.
And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go, woman, man, person, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy.
He used to be president, can you believe it?
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Yeah, sure, and he got to be president because of a certain demographic.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, we're still not missing you, Donnie.
Don't be rude.
I know people like that. They open up early afternoon, emit a rancid smell, and then close up in the evening.
Disgusting.
Jack texts... grab a granny night. Don't give the orange nightmare any ideas. He has enough lawsuits on his hands.
I will be so great to women. I cherish women.
Mike says, I don't think there's a granny in any danger around Donald Trump. Mike texts, Nick, we used to have a grab a granny night at the local Ritz Ballroom. We used to call it Jurassic Park. That's terrible. Mike, you'll be old that day. You'll be that old someday. That makes more sense. If you get it in the right order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Yeah, you'll be that old someday if you're lucky. Robin Tottenham says, Nick, the Mars rover is looking for life on the planet. All we need is for it to bring back a lovely new virus. Right, I want to do Boris Johnson's roadmap, but first I've got to talk to this bloke here, David in Peckham. Hello, David.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good,
you
thanks.
Right?
Yes, fine. Super duper. Thanks for asking.
Good. That's all right. No worries. I love your show, first off. Second off...
thanks.
Yeah, that's all right. I just want to say that bird you were talking about is a sandpiper pipeling.
Okay, run that by me again. It's a what now?
It's a sandpiper pipeling.
A sandpiper pipe. Are you all over that?
I can't find it.
A sandpiper pipeling. Look it up, man.
Yeah, look it up on the World Wide Web.
Yes. Well, where does such a bird normally get found?
They're normally in the coastal regions.
Yes. A sandpiper pipeling. Are you an expert?
No, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert.
Well, how do you know about it?
Well, because I study a lot of animals.
So you are an expert.
Well, I try to be.
Right. Okay. A sandpiper pipeling. Okay. Well, look at how are you spelling pipeling?
Pipling.
Oh, if only that had worked. There it is. This screen needs a right good whack sometimes, which is I wouldn't have thought that it's appropriate for modern technology. Get me a hammer, a sandpiper pipeling. Did I get that right? Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Okay, good work. Thanks a lot, David. Have you found it yet?
No, there's no such thing. We've got a sandling here. That's the closest. It's a combination.
All right. Well, let me see what that looks like.
All right. Hang on.
Any moment.
Just there.
Here we go. Let's have a little look. Okay, well, it's pointing its bottom at me. Can I see it from the other end?
Yes.
Awful.
There's not many good angles.
It's sticking its bottom at me and looking over its shoulder as though, hey, have you ever seen this before? Well, the same sort of beautiful plumage, but no, its legs aren't long enough. I'm not kidding. Now, it's been a while. It's been a couple of weeks now since I've seen it, but and now I start to doubt myself because I've seen hundreds of pictures of birds, none of which have legs this long. That it is in my mind to have had. It's a tiny... I don't really want to go through all this again because I'm never going to find it, but it's a tiny bird about the size of a blue tit, green tit, whatever, with a slightly longer tail than that, not a really long beak, kind of a normal one, but a bit short, sort of grey white, sort of white on its breast area, and kind of grey-brown. But its most notable feature were its legs were at least twice as long as any bird I've seen. That's what made me stop and stare at it. It looked ridiculous. What a silly bird. And I've been trying to find out what it is ever since. I've gone through books, I've put the detailed description on the internet, and I've come up with nothing. Apart from what we had last night, it was a sand plover, either greater or smaller, but it's got webbed feet. I don't think this thing had webbed feet. Scurrying about, like really darting about quite fast on the ground. I've seen 3 of them now. One in Berkshire, 2 together in Surrey. No, the other way around. And it was on pavements. It wasn't in, it didn't choose to go in nature. It was on a pavement both times. But anyway, I don't want to go through all this anymore. I'm beginning to think that I was hallucinating. Anyway, David, we can't find what it is, David.
All right, then, no problem.
Okay, thanks a lot, mate. I think it was just sending us on a wild goose chase. What else we got? Oh, Paul text, you were talking about your small bedroom / study. When I was a kid, we used to call that the box room, for reasons of which I know none. Well, here's a good idea, Paul. They called it the box room because that's where they kept the boxes. That's why it was called a box room, wasn't it? Because you kept your boxes in there. Either that or it was the size of a box. He says, I haven't heard that reference for years. Was it just a northern thing now defunct? No, I think people still have box rooms, but I think it's where they keep boxes. Fred texts, a UV disinfection lamp is not a sun lamp. Clinics, etc. use them. What kind of clinics? I don't want to buy any extra stuff. I've got stuff up to my eyeballs. I don't need any more stuff. I'm going to wash it with fairy liquid. I mean, I wash my my fruit with washing up liquid anyway, to get all the wax and people's fingerprints and goodness knows all what is on there. I mean, if you had a job picking apples off a tree in the middle of an orchard, maybe a mile away from the farmhouse, would you, attending the call of nature, trudge all the way back to the farmhouse to wash your hands? No, of course you wouldn't. And yet you continue to pick apples off a tree.
Disgusting.
And then they go and sit in a giant vat of thousands of other apples, all infecting each other. And then they get picked up by other people who also haven't washed their hands, and they get put into crates, and then the crates get taken to a factory and they get stuck in a machine that's never been cleaned. And, think about it. Or better still, don't think about it. Right. Boris Johnson's roadmap. Are you ready? Here we go. Families and friends are going to be reunited by Easter. Boris Johnson is likely to announce as part of his roadmap out of lockdown. Good news. There's a man who says he has a roadmap out of here.
Oh, right, yeah.
Bad news. It's Boris Johnson.
Oh, right, yeah.
The Prime Minister is poised to allow more social mixing within weeks, which in this specific instance does not mean that he will be seeing another girlfriend.
What?
A Whitehall source said rules around how many people can spend time outdoors with each other is going to be relaxed. Did I get that right? A source said rules about how many people they can spend time with outdoors will be relaxed. Ministers are looking at data, and a final decision on when restrictions are going to be eased is going to be taken at the weekend. Can you imagine Boris Johnson looking at data? It'd be like an orangutan peering at a Rubik's Cube. No offence. Bodgers, by the way, there's a guy called Cold War Steve who does these, you're probably familiar with them. He does these cut-up pictures of various famous people, and he crams them all into some scene or other for our amusement. And he did a priceless one of Boris Johnson, he was almost trending on the internet, because for some bizarre reason, his entire life seems to be the taking of photo ops. He just goes to some place, put a mask on, preferably gets into some sort of science coat, and he was cleaning a chair. And it looked like, this is not my original thought, but it did look like an ape acting like a human to get a treat. You've got to see it. It's hilarious. It did look like a shaved monkey. An albino gorilla acting like a human, so its owner would give it some ice cream. He's bent over and his knees are bandy, and he's cleaning a chair, as though he's only just now been introduced to the concept of chairs. God, it's funny. He's our Prime Minister, can you believe that?
Here we go.
Anyway, okay. I tweeted it out. If you look up my Twitter feed, then you'll see Cold War, or better still, look up Cold War Steve's Twitter feed. It's his work. Very, very good. Excellent work, that man. Anyway, Boris Johnson's been looking at the data. Yeah, and he said...
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Bodger's plan means that friends and family could be able to see each other in time for Easter holidays. I mean, it's not like he's pulled a date out of the air by seeing what's circled on his calendar. But it always seems as though he's pulled the date out of the air by seeing what's circled on his calendar. Easter, you say? Excellent, because as we've learned from Christmas, the virus knows not to infect people on religious holidays. Very respectful in that regard. We're told that the Prime Minister is going to spend the weekend putting the finishing touches to his long-awaited roadmap before he announces it on Monday, which means that he'll be lying prone on a chaise like a portly Roman emperor, eating grapes, while his minions dash to and fro doing his job for him and trying to find a scientist to pin the blame on if it doesn't go well. Here's the plan. From April, 2 households would be able to meet outdoors, while gatherings of 6 people from 6 different households would also be acceptable. Did you get that?
No.
No. New rules. It's the new rule of 6. 6 people from 6 different households will be able to meet. Not 7 people from 5 different households, or 5 people from 7 different households. I don't even know if that could be possible. How do you get 5 people from 7 different households? Unless 2 of them lived in households, 2 each. 2 of them lived in households, 2 households each. That makes more sense. You can get 5 people from 7 households if 2 of the 5 people live in 2 households each. You know, like they had, like 2 families. Like they were seeing 2 different lovers. Ain't that right, Boris?
I can't comment on that.
Relatives who live further away from each other may have to wait a little longer for a reunion, as the future rules on travelling longer distances are still unclear. And in case of those who do meet, the 2-metre rule is expected to remain in place for years to come. So, kids, no shenanigans. Boris Johnson is set to meet senior ministers tomorrow to hammer out the final details. The committee is going to examine the latest data on the impact of lockdown and the vaccine rollout, so they can decide how quickly to lift restrictions. I'm kidding. The committee will examine what Tory donors and the lout groups of disgruntled Tory MPs are yelling at them to do, and then they'll do that while telling us that they're just following the science. The science, meanwhile, is saying, no, don't do it, it ain't worth it. Roadmap is coming our way. Isn't it exciting? They're calling it a blueprint, because that sounds like an expert came up with it. A blueprint sounds technical and sciencey, as opposed to we're just winging it, which is what got us to the worst result from this pandemic than any other country on earth. What do you think, Smug?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
What do you say, Smee?
This is absolute tosh.
Hey, Nige, I've got the fishing industry on the phone. They'd like a word. You want me to tell them you're not in and take a message? 0345 6060 973. I've got detailed plans. I haven't finished with that yet. But first, who's calling Wembley? Hello, Lawrence.
Oh, good evening to you. Great show. You're on top form tonight, as usual, Nick.
Cheers.
Yeah, 3 weeks will be up for me on Monday, and I shall be on the move.
Now, what does that mean? On the move?
Well, I had my jab, and it will be 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Since the jab, so I'm going to be getting out there.
You're going on manoeuvres.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, is that 3 weeks since your first jab or the second?
Since the first, the first one.
The first one, right.
AstraZeneca, yes.
Yeah.
So,
keep in mind that you're not completely... I know you feel like Superman, but you're not completely protected.
No, I realise that.
Yeah.
The most important point I phoned up about is Daily Mail 2-page spread on Friday. They're facing a cancer time bomb. 100,000 patients could be walking around with undiagnosed cancer.
Yeah, when they said that we're going to protect the NHS, that's not true. They switched the NHS off because there wasn't any spare capacity. People were waiting for ages before COVID. So now it's really bad. Yeah, I was talking to a friend of mine who works at the NHS, and he's saying, if you've got anything other than COVID, you can pretty much forget it because, we ain't got no capacity no more.
Absolutely. I was very touched and saddened when this young lady was actually on television. Kelly Smith, young mother of 31. Cancer treatment was delayed by 3 months, and she died.
Yeah, the inevitable happens. Yeah.
Yeah, it's happened to, but when you actually see the face of somebody, and she was on television.
Well, you know what? Things like that would have happened in this country regardless of COVID, because the NHS has been serially underfunded by, and it's not even just the Tories, but they have been in for the last 11 years, so we are going to put it at their feet. Look at other countries in Europe. how many hospital beds they've got, how many doctors they've got, how many nurses they've got, how many emergency wards they've got, and we do worse than all of them.
Well, this is a wake-up call, but 74 cross-party MPs have written to Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak saying that, funding now is an emergency.
Yeah, unfortunately, we ain't got no money, so they have an ideal excuse not to spend it on this. I mean, if like Serco would get involved, then maybe they'll write a cheque. Here, Lawrence, I've got to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Richard in Carmarthen says, regarding the Johnson chair cleaning video, somebody has now added a David Attenborough commentary to it. Well, funny you should say that, because that's exactly what Cold War Steve did. It's really worth watching. It's very, very funny. He does look like an ape who's been introduced to doing human things, for treats. What else? Oh, that's it. Hey, I've read them all. Oh, I'm way ahead of schedule. I've got no idea where I'm going, but look at the time I've saved. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Cardiff. Peter.
Hey, good evening.
Peter.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I'm ringing. I think I've identified that mystery bird.
Ah, go ahead.
That it sounds to me like a pied wagtail.
Yeah, give me a picture of a pied wagtail. I think they're too big. How big is a pied wagtail, approximately, to the nearest foot?
Yeah, they're about the size of a small sparrow, a little bit bigger, but they do you do see a lot of them in the cities and the towns this time of the year.
The thing with a wagtail, though, is the clue's in the name. It wags its tail, doesn't it?
It depends what time of part. I guess it depends on the time of year.
Yeah, it might be all wagged out.
It might be wagged out. Yeah, probably searching for crumbs along your. But
I know how it feels. I'm feeling a bit wagged out myself.
Well, my wife left me because I was a keen bird watcher. Yes.
Were you also an ornithologist?
Let me look that word up, and I'll tell you.
No, I'm looking at a picture of it right now, and its legs aren't long enough. It had legs about twice as long as that. Seriously, this was a ridiculous looking thing. It looked like it was on stilts.
It sounds. Did you see this countryside or garden or?
No, it was on a pavement in the middle of town.
Yeah. I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah, well, my gob's been smacked as well. I'll keep searching. Thanks a lot, Peter. Keep your eyes on the wheel and your... how does it go? Keep your hands on the wheel and your eyes on the road. Something like that. I've got no idea. 0345 6060 973. But beautiful singing voice, no?
No.
I want to get back to Boris Johnson's roadmap, but first I have to get through some of these people, because they do insist on calling. Chertsey, hello, Sandra.
Hello, Nick. I haven't felt like doing the radio for a while, so I've forgotten how to do joined up speaking. But I think I've been looking up blue tit the last night or so, because I've thought for a few weeks that I've seen those birds in Chertsey.
Yes.
And your last chappie said the size of a sparrow. To me, they're exactly like a blue tit with just very long legs. They were down Gogmore Lane or in the High Street in Chertsey, which is in Surrey.
Well, what are they?
I don't know, but I just wanted to say you can put your mind at rest that other people have seen them.
Right.
I'm still checking. I've got very old antique books, and it details the features, wings, leg size, and everything. But I haven't cracked it. But I'm only looking under tit because, to me, I don't know about you, they looked exactly like a blue tit.
No, they didn't. No, it was white breasted, black, sort of grey flecked everywhere else. With a longer tail than normal, but not as long as a wagtail, I don't think. But everything else seems more or less right. It was a tiny little thing with stupidly long legs.
Yeah. Well, we can add that to the list now. You can look for blue tits with long
Right.
legs.
Blue tits with long legs.
No, very long, thin legs, very long.
Yeah.
And I just worried about them getting run over because, as you say, they're in the pavement, in the road.
It didn't seem keen to fly. It was running everywhere, like a roadrunner.
No, there were a group of these, quite a few.
Oh, yeah. Hanging around in gangs, were they?
I'm beginning to wonder if you live in Chertsey. Yeah, they were, exactly.
Malevolent gangs running about the street.
Yeah, got an ad posted.
Yes. All right, I'll keep my eyes peeled. Thanks a lot, Sandra. 0345 6060 973. And I do not live in Chertsey. I wouldn't be able to pinpoint Chertsey on a map. In fact, I don't believe any such place even exists. Alexandra texts, just to let you know, I've seen a pirate copy of Bojo's road map. The planet is flat. The city of Borysinium is in the middle. And there are sea monsters lapping at the bit where Barnard Castle is. Right. You should have ended with the city of Borysinium is in the middle, because that's almost certainly his world view. Boris?
I can't comment on that.
I'm going to get back on the road map in just a moment, but first I must take this call in Bedford. Hello, Simon.
Yeah, hi Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Fantastic show as usual. I just want to say one thing. Last Friday night, you made me inhale a cup of tea when you used the word flater. Somebody texted you a silly message instead of flatter, and I'd got a cup of tea in my hand and actually inhaled it because of you. Thank you very much, which was interesting.
Well, as long as you didn't exhale it.
Well, the exhale was worse actually, but. What I've phoned up for, Nick, I've got to phone up and defend orangutans and gorillas because you cannot compare the two creatures, can you? Not really.
That is
It's not
quite right. I apologise to primates. Yes,
I've watched the video and I understand what you're saying, but I'm sure the gorilla would be much more proficient at actually cleaning the chair in the first place and get the job done.
Yeah, it would have looked less like it didn't know what it was doing, as though it was looking for approval from its masters.
Well, the actual creature on the video looks like it's wiping up its own mess, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's what it looks like it's doing. It looks like it's sat down with its bare behind and is
You made that mess. You clean it up, Boris.
You clown. Absolutely.
All right, thanks a lot, Simon. 0345 6060 973. Right, let's hop back on this map. Okay, so the blueprint says schools are going to return on March the 8th. This is the blueprint that has been heavily leaked. It's coming out on Monday, apparently. March the 8th. That's 2 weeks, fact fans. You kids are going to have to stop playing video games all day and get back to double geography. There's also going to be more relaxed rules on outdoor exercise, and there will be a return of outdoor sports like golf and tennis at the end of the month. But why golf was ever off the menu escapes me. I mean, there's no more socially distanced sport that's ever been invented. Plus, it's not really a sport. I mean, if you can play it at a high level while also being fat, it's not a sport, is it, Donny?
Oh, shut up!
And as I've said many times, banning tennis doesn't make any sense either. It's a game of two halves with a net running down the middle. In other news, non-essential shops are slated to open soon after Easter. If there are any non-essential shops still in business by then. Pubs and restaurants may be able to serve people outdoors in April, although not indoors until May. May!
Oh, fabulous.
I mean, I don't know if the people who come up with this stuff have ever spent any time here in spring, as opposed to, you know, the Bahamas or Dubai or some other rich person's playground, but it's routinely freezing cold in April here. And May, come to think of it. And June, too. Still, on the plus side, if you're drinking outside in April, you won't need ice in your drink, which means the pub won't have to make any, by which method we can save the planet. You're welcome.
Thank you.
So Boris Johnson's been urged to allow pubs to reopen as soon as possible. Some very close personal donors have been yelling at him to get us all back to the bar. You know, beer sales in pubs dropped by 56% in 2020. A decrease of £7.8 billion due to COVID-19 restrictions and the lockdowns. To be clear, actual sales of alcohol didn't go down. We just switched where we bought it and realised what a colossal markup you pay for drinking in a pub. There's a person called Emma McClarkin, the BBPA chief executive. I've neglected to write down what that is. BBPA, the British Bar and Pubs Association. Oh, I bet that's right. You want to look that up for me? The BB... What do you mean, no?
Close. British Beer and Pub Association.
See? I was right. Close. Don't give me any of your lip. The BBPA chief executive believes that pubs should reopen alongside non-essential retail once the most vulnerable in society have been vaccinated. Because pubs have a community role, she says. She said the great British pub has always been more than just a place to drink. It's where we go to connect. It's where we go to form community. Well, hang on a minute. Only if your life revolves around drink. Community? What kind of communities are formed in a pub? I mean, it's old geezers in mustard corduroys, propping up the bar, boring on about the good old days.
I'm a nutcase.
This country began turning its back on pubs in the 1980s, and we haven't stopped since. 7,600 pubs. I looked it up. I've actually done homework. Can you believe that?
No.
7,600 pubs shut in the 10 years before the pandemic. That's 15 a week. 15 a week, every week for 10 years. They're having the same plunge in popularity as religion. And you know what? They both depend on the same demographic. Old people. Churches have become blocks of flats, and pubs have become restaurants. But it's worse than churches because people actually live in pubs. It's their home. Their home and their business in a lot of cases. And unlike the church, pub owners really can claim poverty. And what about the restaurant trade? I mean, is there going to be much of it left? I drive past places that used to be so busy that people would spill out onto the narrow pavement queuing to get in. And now they're empty with one of those retail opportunity signs outside. We'll emerge blinking into the light this summer to survey the damage. And we haven't really got a clue about how bad it's going to be. Because on top of the calamitous handling of the pandemic response, we have, uniquely on Earth, also got the calamitous handling of our relationship with the trading giant that overshadows us on our doorstep. I mean, the one thing that's going to go Bodger's way in explaining all this away is that he can always blame the virus for any shortfall in our fortunes caused by Brexit. And those that are Brexit evangelists will never admit they've been had, so they'll willingly agree. Meanwhile, Chris Whitty is very, very disappointed. When he'd heard about these plans, he said no. And furthermore... No. The government was forced to deny that science expert Chris Whitty feels very unhappy about plans for what's called a Big Bang reopening of schools on March the 8th. And I'm talking about Christopher John McRae Whitty, CB, FRCP, FFPH, FMed Sci, physician and epidemiologist. He's got an ology. The Chief Medical Officer for England, the Chief Medical Advisor to the UK Government, Chief Scientific Advisor to the Department of Health and Social Care. He's got more chiefs than a powwow. He's also head of the National Institute for Health Research and Gresham Professor of Physic. Not physics. Physic. I've got no idea what that is, other than a word in want of an S. This is a man with a brain so large, it's literally pushed all of his hair out. His brain barely fits in his head, and he is being overruled by Bodger Johnson. It's like David Attenborough being overruled by one of the gorillas he's filming. Downing Street Knockdown claims the chief medical officer has concerns of a full return rather than a staggered approach called for by unions, because he thinks it will cause a spike in infections. We're talking about schools going back in 2 short weeks. But Prime Minister Boris Johnson made clear his ambition for all 10 million school children and staff to return on March the 8th. He says the children are going to be tested for coronavirus twice a week in an effort to control the spread of the virus. Great. We could use that to test and trace system that works so well.
Contact testing, tracing, forgive me.
You can still be, you can be fat and still play rugby. Top sport, says Mo. No, it isn't. How is it even a sport? It's a bunch of steroidal lunks running into each other. It's like a bar fight. How is that a game? Katie in Surrey says, Nick, just like to say that we live near Chertsey, and what I found out recently was that all the people aged 70 and over are out on the roads and their driving has got even worse as they haven't been out for a year. They've been let loose after having their first jab. They haven't got a clue, says Katie in Surrey. Well, that's commonly known. I mean, the sign as you enter Chertsey says, please mind our driving. We haven't got a clue. Welcome to Chertsey. Oh, God, really? Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yeah, good evening, Nick.
Yes, Brian.
Well, we're coming out the vaccine. Hopefully we're getting over all this. But the most worrying thing about it, Nick, is we've had 20,000 deaths.
Yes.
And China have said they've had between 4,000 and 5,000 in a population of 1.5 billion.
Yeah.
There's just something wrong here, isn't there?
Well, it's a dictatorship, so they can order entire towns to stay in and really stay in. Not okay, I'll just go down the shops and maybe go and see my mates and hang around the park. No, nothing like that.
Yeah.
They really stay in under threat of death.
I mean, that old record, China in your hands. It looks so China has got the WHO in its hands. And that's the problem. We have to get to the bottom of this, don't we? It's shut down just about all the Western world, right?
Yeah.
Cost billions and billions.
Mm-hmm.
And they said they're back to normal with 4,000 or 5,000 deaths.
Yeah.
You know.
But it's not just them. I mean, South Korea. Nobody says that the virus came from South Korea. They've had, I think, 5 deaths, something like, not 500, not 5,000, 5 in number, something like ridiculous like that. And that's because they were run by people who knew what they were doing, who had prepared for just such an eventuality, as opposed to our government, Boris Johnson, who actually canned the very governmental organisation whose job it was to prepare for a pandemic. That was pretty much the first thing he did.
But Nick, all of Europe is filled with it. Yes, we've got the most deaths, but there might be a number of factors to put into that. Your country's health, diabetes and all that.
But no, not really. I mean, we're just as fat as everybody else. I mean, Portugal is fatter than we are. I don't think they've done worse than we have. Germany is just as fat. I mean, okay, then we may have an extra inch on our waist, but it's not like you go to Italy and people are properly thin there. It's because people eat proper there.
The big picture, the most worrying thing about this is China, if it's true what they're saying, 4,000 to 5,000 deaths in 1.5 billion population, they've got us over a barrel, haven't they?
How do you mean?
Because it's a communist country, right? And they know how much it has affected. It is just about. It's just collapse of businesses now all over Europe, Western world, America.
Right, everywhere.
They know
the third world too. Everyone suffered.
Yes, but what we're saying is this. They're saying they're not. They're saying they're back to normal.
Yes.
After 4,000 or 5,000 deaths.
Right. Well, so's New Zealand, though, by the way. I mean, they've got local lockdown.
You can't count New Zealand in this, Nick.
Why not?
They're out in the middle of nowhere, aren't they? Small population. Right, so anyway...
They're out in the middle of nowhere. Hey, you know what else is true about New Zealand? They're an island. God, if only we were an island, then we'd have it made.
Right. Let's talk about China a little bit here.
Yes.
Does something have to be done with China over this?
What do you mean?
There's only one bloke who you don't like. I don't like him as well. I didn't like Trump.
Yeah. Oh my God! It's World War III.
I'll bring us into war.
Come back, Donny.
But he's the only bloke who has come out and said China virus. Something has to be done.
That's completely untrue. People have been calling it the China virus up and down ever since it arrived.
Nobody's allowed to call it the China virus no more.
We used to call it. Well, you just did.
No, I'm saying Donald Trump did.
But you just did. No one's allowed to call it. You just called it. I just called it. Everybody's called it loud. We call it
countries.
The Wuhan clan is what I called it when it first
in this
appeared.
Country now, in this country, no politician is allowed to say China virus.
Well, what difference does that make?
All I'm saying is they're not allowed to say it. You said they are, they're not.
No, you said politicians. But what difference? What difference does it make whether we call it the China virus or not? What difference does it make?
All I'm saying is this now. We're in a situation where, right, another virus could come out of China. They know it hits us harder than them.
You know what? Another virus could come out of one of our chicken sheds. Have you seen
SARS come from there?
Have you
SARS.
seen? Yeah, exactly. And you know how many people were killed who caught SARS or MERS? It was like about 30%.
Right.
Yeah.
What if this wanted to be another SARS?
I would be at this point. I would be surprised if we got away with this. If there was actually light at the end of the tunnel, and then we'd emerge, and everything would go back to what you could describe as normal.
The WHO.
I suspect it. I don't want to upset anybody, but I suspect that it could be a lot worse than what we've been led to believe, or there's something worse coming around the corner that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, probably from China.
Yeah, or Africa, or Chelmsford. I mean, you just don't know.
The WHO have just looked into China now.
Yes.
Right? They're saying it's not from a lab, just about. They're saying it's not from the market.
Yeah.
They're saying it could be from a frozen fish that were imported into the country.
Well, you know what else? Yeah, but you know what? You know what else it could be? It could. They have tourist groups go into bat caves. I mean, it looks, like an interesting thing to do, but you're walking underneath thousands and thousands of bats that are clinging to the roof above you, and they're peeing and pooping all the while, all over the people. Listen to me. All over the people that are walking underneath them, and they're inhaling the pea mist. Fecal flora cloudburst. That's what they call it.
Disgusting.
Yeah, and so it could be anything.
You can't get away from it. China is trying to hide something here.
They
wouldn't let anybody in for months and months and months, for 6 months, 9 months.
Okay.
Something is going on there.
Well, yeah, they're probably feeling very guilty that it emerged from that country.
Right, and the thing is,
but they didn't do it. I mean, listen to me? Is your position that they did it deliberately?
I'm not saying they done it deliberately.
Okay, well then, what do you want? You want us to fire nuclear weapons at China because they have bad hygiene practices in their markets?
But they're trying to hide it, Nick. They're trying to hide this, and it is a disgrace. They've done that.
Okay.
They're saying.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So if any of that's true, and it's all completely unprovable, but if it is, then what?
Well, why isn't this country, Germany, France, any of them calling China? They've never said a word hardly about it.
Are you out of your mind? I mean, do you have ears to hear and eyes to see? They haven't said a word about it. We've been talking about nothing else.
You know why Germany haven't?
Haven't what?
Because they have that much trade with China. They sell that many
Everybody on Earth gets all their cheap plastic. Do you have a persistent cough?
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, I see. It's my fault. Your condition is down to me. It's not even China anymore. It's me.
Germany, I've never said a wrong word about them.
Every country on Earth is intertwined with the Chinese production. You need to go and lie down, Brian, or suck a lozenge. Or maybe stop speaking would be a good idea. Try stopping speaking for a while.
Well, mate. Anyway, good talking to you, mate.
Yeah, okay. An ambulance to Stockton-on-Tees. Yeah, we're not going to declare war on China for two reasons. First of all, we need them to produce all our cheap stuff. Look around you right now. I bet there's more things that were made in China that surround you arm's distance away, or we're in the room that you're sitting. I bet there's more things made in China than you could find things that weren't made in China, including probably the clothes that you're sitting up in. I betcha. We treat cheap labour like a drug. We are addicted to it. Let's not kid ourselves. We have done this. If China is now untouchable, it's our fault for being obsessed with filling our lives with cheap stuff. That, by the way, we don't need. But we can't help ourselves. Addicted to it we are.
Want to score some pot?
No, I prefer some cheap stuff. So that's the first reason that we aren't going to declare war on China, regardless of what they do. And the second reason is because we'd lose. I think the American military is already, they've already planned this out. They've done detailed files and they've played war games, and in every scenario that they can think of, we, the West, lose. So maybe we should look at our own. The moonflower opens at noon, shuts at sundown, emits a rancid smell, called the moonflower. Doesn't that sound like a pub up your way? Stu in Cumbria says, Nick, my niece lives in China. They do as they're told. One of her colleagues contracted COVID. She was taken to her flat by the authorities, who sealed the door with a date-stamped seal. They visited every day with food and renewed the date stamp. She was warned that if the seal was broken, she'd be jailed. Guess what? She stayed in her flat. Job sorted. Yeah, as opposed to the catalogue of beginner errors that our lot made. You know, first Boris Johnson didn't go to meetings because he was busy sorting out his love life, and then he went on holiday, and then he shook hands in a COVID ward, and then he told us not to wear masks, and then he said we were going to take it on the chin, and then he sent the schools back for one day, and just on and on and on. Every blooming mistake in the book he made. The thing is, countries have to protect themselves. You protect yourself from others. You put a seatbelt on because you know that not everybody driving around on the road is an expert. There's morons everywhere. Surrounded by them we are. And so you try to protect yourself. That's what we have to do too. You can't rely on other countries doing best practices on everything. And as we are so interconnected, it impinges on countries to do everything they can to protect themselves. But that's not the way of this government, or the previous one, or the one before that. The way is to farm everything out to private enterprise, cross your fingers and hope for the best. And usually it works out well. They make out like bandits in the short term, and by the time the consequences come to roost, they've sailed off into the sunset on a solid gold yacht, and they're clinking their glasses on the poop deck, if you please. This anonymous text says, how Bill Gates knew about the 2020 global pandemic 5 years ago doesn't surprise me. Now he says people should expect another pandemic after COVID-19. Yeah, thanks a lot, Bill Gates. No! Because you said something that was obvious, now people think that it's your fault. Shall I do the list of films that have been released over the past 30 years that have got something to do with this exact scenario that we're living through?
No.
All right, then. It's huge. People cannot say that they didn't know this was coming. Hollywood knew this was coming. And Hollywood's full of lovies. What do they know? They're not experts. It would have been hard to go to your multiplex cinema centre at any point over the last 30 years and not see at least one film that's about this. It's amazing how many they made. It was a warning from Hollywood.
Warning, warning.
And we were watching it, munching through popcorn. That, by the way, had been sitting in a heated box for about 3 weeks before it was given to us. What's clean and serene about that thought? Awful. And then we weren't paying the blindest bit of attention to what we were actually watching. Never mind, eh? Let's have Malvern. Hello, Judy.
Oh, hello.
Judy.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Hello. Oh, I didn't know who that was.
You don't know who this is?
Hello. Oh, that's you, isn't it?
No.
Hello. Well, I'm saying hello.
You don't know who this is?
Hello.
It's very, very famous.
Yeah, I know you're incredibly famous. I'm just
not me. This person here.
Hello.
That person is famous. Daytime TV.
Hello.
Very, very, very nice.
Very, very famous.
Very, very famous. Very nice. Cute
very
and cuddly.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cuddly.
Sofa based.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Oh, she's got a nice Scottish accent.
A little bit.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Definite. Well, it's not.
It's not coming to you, is it?
No, it isn't. Go on,
never
tell
mind.
me then.
You could have won a major prize. Oh well.
Oh well, it would have been. I nearly said it would have been with C, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Damn hell.
Anyway.
Yeah. Look, 4 things, but mercifully short. Okay, so I'll zip through them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, pubs. I took umbrage at that. Pubs. My pub. Okay, my village pub in the village of Uckinghall.
Oh,
okay.
Please, no such place exists. That's awful.
Yes, that's it.
Where? Don't say it again. Don't say it again.
The village of Uckinghall.
Don't say it again.
Near Ripple. Just look it up.
I certainly will do nothing of the sort.
Actually, we do sometimes say the Ucking neighbours.
Okay. Don't say it again.
It's Uckinghall. It's real.
Is there any way I can stop you from saying it again?
Yes, I trust you. Okay, I know you're worried, but if they checked, they'd be able to find out. I never give my village out on the air. Now there'd be hundreds of people trying to
no doubt
attack me.
There'll be hundreds of people with a magic marker going down to adjust the sign to your village.
They will. I would post you a photograph of the sign
don't.
To your Twitter account, but if you never read anything...
No, I don't, no.
No, and I responded to your lovely comment regarding the hilarious tweet from, what's his name?
Cold War Steve.
Yeah, Cold War Steve. Wasn't that joyous?
It was. By the way, right. Judy, can I just ask you a question about this?
Yeah.
Is this one of the quick things that you promised me?
No, I'll start now. Okay?
Right.
I'll start it now, so I'll finish. No, don't cut me off. Pubs, community. Our village pub is joyous. I mean, everybody goes there. It's like, they bring all their children, babies and grandmas and young people, and
that doesn't sound healthy.
Skittles, and then we have sort of nights.
Judy, where is this pub? Is it in the 1950s? Skittles?
Yeah, lots of people play Skittles in Worcestershire. It's great.
Right. Okay, then.
Okay, I'm not going to convince you. I'm going to move on to 2.
Is it called the Ye Olde Anchor Inn?
No, it's called Ye Olde Railway Inn because it's next to an old railway line.
Okay.
Yeah, went with Beecham.
You should try the Ye Olde Anchor Inn. It looks a delight.
You should look it up now. You should look at the railway inn, and that word I was about to say. Get your very kind assistant to do it.
Okay. Was that one of the really quick things? Yes, go on.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, but you keep.
Oh, I see. Right. It's my fault.
Yes, of course. Everything's your fault. Right. Keep your something on. Keep your eyes on the road. Keep your hands on the wheel. And keep your beady eyes on the road ahead. We're all right. Sitting in the back seat, the kissing and the cuddling with
Fred.
Rock and roll.
Yes.
Thanks.
Next
one, Physic Garden. I think, and I haven't looked it up because hence the other one, I don't look things up because that's cheating. Mm-hmm. I think Physic Garden was the name of an old name for plants that have medicinal qualities. And I would suggest it may be, in fact, where the word physician comes from.
Maybe,
even.
yes.
You know, what do you think?
I think that that's entirely possible, and that, to be sure, you probably want to look it up.
Well, yes, but
as opposed to,
it would be terrible if you looked it up and then phoned up. I mean, anybody could do that.
I suppose so.
Yeah, so I mean, this guy was apparently like a mathematician and
Chris Whitty
and a botanist.
Yeah.
No, not Chris Whitty, but no, the other guy who was talking about it today was a biology.
I've got no idea who that is. And finally,
and finally, you'll be so pleased. On the Daily Express, apparently their headline is "All adults jabbed by July."
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I have a real problem with jabbed. I mean, the last time I heard somebody being jabbed, I mean, it was Muhammad Ali on the left-hand side.
Right.
Why are we using jabbed?
Because people can't spell vaccinated.
Exactly. All adults to be vaccinated by July. What's the problem?
Because jabbed is easier to spell. Jabed. See?
It's
Simple.
got 2 B's.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, it has.
Well, I'll tell you what, Judy, I won't look it up later. How does that sound?
Okay, then.
Problem solved. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Hey, have I got through Boris's roadmap yet?
No.
No, I think we're at science whiz Chris Whitty, who's got an ology, remember? Oh, boy, there's no end to his smarts. Dear, it's about a roadmap, and I'll get back onto it in just one moment. This text says, look at Australia. Closed the borders, and now they have spectators at the tennis. Oh, spectators at the tennis match.
Boring.
The UK government, worried about the economy, let people into the country unchecked, and just on China, they have less COVID deaths than Scotland, and Nicola Sturgeon is basically held up as the second coming. Well, yeah, but in comparison with the clown show that's just south of the border, that's the difference. Yeah, exactly. It's by comparison, she's held up as the second coming. I mean, Nicola Sturgeon has the benefit of actually looking like the leader of a country, whereas Boris Johnson looks like he's asking for some spare change, please, from inside a tent he's erected in a shoe shop doorway.
I can't comment on that.
Let's have a call in before we get back on the map. Croydon, Jean.
Hello, Nick.
Jean.
You are funny. I love you. Your humour.
Thanks.
That's all right. Bill Gates, right?
Yes.
If Bill Gates knew about this 5 years ago, right, this
thing.
Oh, what's it called? Coronavirus. Why would he know 5 years ago if they wasn't planning something?
Right.
And I really think that this is genocide worldwide, all over the place, to get rid of us poor ones so all them rich ones can get richer and take over the world, because they don't want us here. They want to save money from not give us nothing if you're ill or poor or old or out of work.
Yeah, but
they don't make it so we can get jobs, though, the young ones.
The thing is that they don't really need a pandemic to do that. They're doing a pretty sterling job of not giving any money to the poor as it is.
That's right, but they can still just wipe us out like they did the Jews.
Wow. Okay.
That's dead right, and that's what's happening.
Well, I'm not sure about that, Jean. Leave me to ponder that for a couple of 3 seconds. No, I don't think so. But I know that people people of a conspiratorial bent do think that is precisely what's happening. It does fit if you come to it with that thought, then you can make all of the various parts fit that scenario, because it's taking those who are economically inactive, the old. The poor are more likely to go than the wealthy, who are in a better physical state to begin with. Third world countries are going to suffer much more than first. Yeah, and it all sort of fits, doesn't it? But only if you come to the story with a preconceived idea of what it is that's going on here. The plandemic. I understand, Gene, but what you must promise me you'll do is stop reading the internet. You know that moon-faced creep who runs Facebook? No! Yeah, he's got a lot to answer for. But then, like I said about countries needing to protect themselves, just as we individuals protect ourselves against the stupidity of others, we must protect ourselves against the stupidity of others on Facebook, for instance. Just because it chimes with what you already believe doesn't mean to say that it and you are right. Just do a little bit of research. Bill Gates knowing or predicting that we were going to have this pandemic 5 years ago doesn't mean to say that he caused it. It just means to say that he's a smart bloke who maybe went to the cinema and saw one of 100 or more films that have been about a virus. Really popular ones. I mean, I could reach over there and get the list out and go through it again, but you know what? I can't be bothered. I cannot be bothered. Look it up. 0345 6060 973. This text says that there are far, far better things ahead than anything we leave behind. How do you know? He says, he or she, sexist. I've been filling out forms lately for this and that and the other. And, you know, at the top of the form it says, pick your title. And I put it down, and often these days there's a list of potential titles that just goes on forever. What's been really bizarre is I've filled out some forms and they only give you two choices. Mr. or Mrs. or Miss, I guess. No, it would be three, wouldn't it? Mr., Mrs. or Miss. And I thought, blimey, was this form written in the 1970s? That seems a bit presumptuous. Pick, what is your sex, male or female? And I'm thinking, blimey, that's a court case right there. Somebody's going to be in trouble. This one says, Alex says, yes, COVID came from bat caves, not one of the 3 coronavirus research centres in the same city it originated in. What a coincidence. An accidental lab leak for sure, says Alex, who, to be fair, has no idea what he's talking about. He's just read that on the internet as well. Yeah, you saw it once and you thought, yep, that's it. I need research no further. It's the Chinese fault. No! Yes, they deliberately or accidentally leaked it from a lab. But you've got no idea. It just fits the bill. You think, yep, no further thought required. Now I can disengage my brain, switch off my mind, relax and float downstream. Another Alex texts, a different one perhaps, let's hope so. Scotland has had equivocal deaths to England. That's probably not what he means. Equivocal deaths to England when populations are considered. They have had a disastrous vaccine rollout. I think they've had a better result than England has, as far as people who have actually caught the disease. People pin so much store on the vaccine rollout. But here's what it looks like to me. Boris Johnson walked into a casino, put a fiver on every number on the roulette table, and when 12 came up, he said, there you are, you see, my plan worked. That's an excellent suggestion, by the way. You can't possibly lose. Just put money, an equivalent or equivocal amount of money on every number on a roulette table. You can't possibly lose. Bet now. William in Newcastle says, Boris looks like Barney Rubble of the Flintstones. Yeah, that's about right. And their clothes fit similarly too. He says his girlfriend must lack talent if she can't get him to let her do his hair. Wow, that was complicated. Shall I read that again?
No.
No. Phew. Let's have a call in Fulham. Martin.
Yeah, good evening. Am I through to you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's all very well having passports for whether one's been vaccinated or not, but as far as I can tell, and from what I learned at school and what I've been just looked up yesterday on the internet, yes, you can be vaccinated and had time to have the vaccination take full effect and check that you're still not going to go down with it and suffer from it. But as far as you can see, you can still host it and give it to someone else. So it defeats the whole utter purpose of having a passport, whether you want to go into a nightclub or you want to go abroad.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yes, well, I mean, okay, don't take my word for it. I hope one of your fellow listeners will bring up the matter today or tomorrow, and who knows more about it than I do, but I'm not an epidemiologist.
Oh, well, then we are no longer interested in your opinion.
Well, exactly, I don't know. I'm not interested in your opinion sometimes. But
of course not. Why would you be?
No, well, your opinion is as good as words of mine.
I mean, everybody is an epidemiologist now. We're all experts now.
Yeah, so I thought maybe that'll be somebody when they're not even thinking about it, they're dreaming about it,
Yeah.
they'll come up with a better response and say, well, this is a lovely idea, let's do something else more useful.
But but when will we be allowed then to go back to all these things, when everybody in the country has been vaccinated?
Yeah, even if not everyone has been vaccinated, just enough people are vaccinated to avoid killing people who are sensitive to this and avoid spreading it to other people who are maybe still in danger somewhere abroad.
But
we've all got to die anyway,
Well, I know, yeah.
we've got to get on with life.
But we want to avoid it as long as possible, within reason.
Yeah,
but,
and then something else comes over the horizon. So,
it will do, yeah.
Yeah, do we need to actually isolate and quarantine the people of China, basically?
What, the whole country?
Yeah, the whole country, to say, we love buying your lovely cheap stuff, whatever, whether we pay a high price or low price, however quickly or not we get it, as long as we don't get it so quickly that we get the virus in the packaging.
Yes.
If you've got your sort of strange habits that, whether it's from bats, or we don't know whether you got it from wherever.
Well, we've got a lot of strange habits in this country, Martin.
Yes, I know. The natives are revolting.
Yes, they certainly are.
Yeah, I know. You're too. I looked it up on the net today, and it's quite hilarious. It brought up an episode of some people, what's it? Some Like It, not Some Like It Hot, but that TV series you mentioned earlier, and which is a weird coincidence. So, but anyway, I'll.
It was Some Like It Hot.
Not Some Like It Hot. It ain't half hot, Mum. That was it.
Oh, that's right. It ain't half hot. Yeah, it was Some Mothers Do Have 'Em, and It Ain't Half Hot, Mum.
Yeah, well, Some Mothers Do Have 'Em was Frank Spencer, who sounds like
Dreadful.
Gavin Williamson.
Yeah, a little bit. Yes.
Yeah, I know. In fact, and scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Anyway, I think you've got I'm sure you've got a string of other calls.
I've got a lot of work to do. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah.
But just before you go, the problem with the idea that you just laid out before us is that if we wait until everybody is vaccinated, then there is no. You suggest that we wait till enough people are vaccinated.
Yeah.
To vaccinate the ones that are in the category that are likely to be in danger. But the problem with that is there are reports of people catching it and having a really bad result from it who are not in those categories, who have no pre-existing conditions, who are young. I mean, you can't actually tell how it's going to affect you until you've got it. And wait a minute, there's a but. Even if every single person in the country was vaccinated, we depend completely on people coming from outside the country and coming in here to spend their money. And you know which country is the most valuable to us? China.
Oh, really? Huh? Yeah. Well,
the whole of Bond Street would close down for good if it wasn't for Chinese tourists coming over here and buying £30,000 handbags. How a handbag can cost £30,000 is absolutely beyond me. I mean, it's just mad. you'd spend it'd be like, I mean, it's where you keep your money, in your handbag, right? That's why women carry handbags around, because keep their purse in their handbag. You spend so much money on your handbag, you ain't got no money to put in it. Mind you, if you're spending 30 grand on a bag, then that does rather imply that money means absolutely nothing to you, and you just don't care. This text says, do you remember those blokes that used to be about in town centres pre-internet days, shouting about the end of the world and the like? Everyone to a man would avoid them like the plague. The modern equivalent is these strange people on Facebook, but people lap it up now. Yes, that's right. And the very good reason for that is because when you saw somebody on a soapbox yelling at people about, have you accepted Jesus into your life? You know, people like that. You could see who it was that was saying it. And you thought, I'll just cross to the other side of the street in case they catch my eye. But on the internet, you've got no idea who's saying it, because everything looks equally valid. It could be the Washington Post or the London Times or the Guardian or any of these august institutions, and it looks the same as some bloke in his underwear in the basement of his parents' place who's 50 years old and clacking out some demented rubbish on his 10-year-old computer. It all looks the same. That's the reason that people are lapping it up, because you can't see the source. Everything looks equally valid. Patrick in Guildford says, you're right about that place with the rude name. Every time I pass a road sign for Shill Bottle, just off the A1 in Northumberland, somebody's been at it with a magic marker as well. Is that place that woman was saying, does that actually exist?
I want to be careful. Sorry, what?
The place that woman was talking about, is there a real place of that name?
Uckinghall.
Oh. My heart almost exploded out of my chest. Oh, I'm going to have a lie down now. Breathe deeply. Let's take a call in Derby. What could possibly go wrong? Hello, Mark.
Hi, mate. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I've been to China, many times, a dozen times.
So it was you?
The first time I was there, I was there on a sort of extended holiday. Flew into Beijing and then went overland all the way through China down to Hong Kong. Mm-hmm. So I got to see a fair bit of what was cracking off there, and there are lots of stories I could tell you about the Chinese.
Yeah.
Well, you don't really want to hear. But the one big story
I don't?
that's important.
Well, now I do. Anyway, go on.
Oh, you pull me back after I finish the main bit.
Okay, then.
You can say what you want. But I went through a lot of the wet markets and the dry markets and stuff, and there was one thing that I saw, and I remember seeing very, very clearly, and that was these coat hangers hanging up in the markets with the bats hanging up and down from them.
Yeah.
And you don't mistake bats, and you know what they're about, and you see and I asked occasionally what the bats were for, why they were selling them, etc.
Yes.
And the reason was Chinese medicine.
Right.
So you see that in China there's there are two tiers. There's people that know and there's the people that don't know. And the people who know, obviously,
know what?
Know what's cracking off. They go to Western doctors to get the best medicine. The people who don't know, who are very poor, they rely very much on Chinese medicine,
right?
Which is just a variation of the four humours, the sort of the medieval stuff. So what they do is you go, if you're poor and you haven't got any money and you can't go and see a Western doctor for antibiotics, you go to one of these quacks and they come out and they say, you've got to get this and you've got to get that. And the key part to the whole thing is that the more exotic the medication, the more efficacious it is. So what you get is stuff like elephant horn, elephant tusk, rhino,
right.
and lion, this and that, you know, shark's fin and all the rest. Mm-hmm. They do all this, and it's just rank stupidity. They're sitting there and they're
it's not stupidity because, as you've just described, they don't have the money to go to a Western doctor. So what else are they going to do? Just sit there and die?
Yeah, but this is I'm pointing out where the source of the bats are coming from, because
I thought they made soup out of them.
Bats?
Bat soup.
Yeah, well, they might make bat soup, but they use it more primarily. Do you know the carnage that China has caused in Africa and everywhere else? Because all these animals are being killed and massacred and taken apart just to feed the Chinese appetite for exotic.
Well, you know how many chickens we get through in this country a year?
Chickens we can breed and we can replace.
Well, they're still animals.
You can't replace elephants. You can't replace rhinos.
Oh,
you
right.
can't replace sharks.
Yeah, agreed. I think we've chewed through a third of the mammals on Earth, haven't we? I think we in the West, because it wasn't China who did it, and it wasn't Africa. It's us in the West. I think we've chewed through, for one reason or another, our rapacious greed, about a third of the animals on Earth. Mammals, rather.
It's exactly the same as slaving. We were slavers once upon a time, and then we stopped and turned on it. And that's exactly the situation that's happening now.
Right.
The Chinese.
Well, we're all achieving progress at different speeds. We're all starting from different places.
Chinese aren't progressing; they're going backwards.
That's completely untrue. What do you mean they're not progressing? By what measure are they not progressing?
And it's.
I mean, have you seen the buildings that they're throwing up in China? It's absolute nonsense to say they're not progressing.
They're not progressing. Financially, they're going far. Intellectually, they're not going anywhere. They're robots. And they're a nation of robots because
intellectually, the Chinese aren't going anywhere. They're a nation of robots. Wow. You didn't go to China at all, did you? 1 billion people he's just written off as being robots. What are you talking about? I mean, you can criticise China for all manner of things, many of which we are also guilty of. If not now, then we certainly used to be. And if we used to be guilty, then you can't start throwing around accusations about stupidity for other countries doing the exact same thing that we used to do. I mean, if somebody is not well off enough to go to a doctor, then you can't criticise them for trying to cure themselves by whatever means that are available to them. I mean, I don't personally agree with, the killing of exotic animals for medicine or any of these other things. But then I also don't agree with the killing of exotic animals for amusement, which is what we in the West do. They call them safaris. Big game hunters. I mean, there's no end of companies that supply the need for Westerners who want to go out and feel like a big tough guy because they've shot a lion from a half a mile away. Cut its head off and mount it on their wall. Hell, the family of the most powerful man in the world used to do that practically every other weekend.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
That guy. Look up his sons and see how many big game they've got through. People may be upset with China, but there are limits. Let's not get carried away. Robots. Joe in Bow texts, 6 months from now, Boris will add up the deaths and tell us that he's cut the waiting list and saved the NHS. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. What do you say, Boris?
I can't comment on that.
William texts, evening again, Nick. If Meghan Markle found a cure for COVID, the racist right would still say, pity she's let hundreds of thousands die before she found a cure. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Meghan Sparkles. No! See what you've done? Giles in London says, why do you persist with all your anti-vac, anti-government, anti-business, anti-basically everything diatribe? What show are you listening to? Anti-vac? Who ever said anything on this show about anti-vaccination? I think he's listening to another station. That's happened before. I do remember, it was a while ago, but I did take a call from somebody who was absolutely outraged. How dare you go on the radio? I can't remember what it was about. I've got no idea, so I'll just make it up. How dare you talk about old people in that manner? And I hadn't mentioned word one about it. And we were, me and the people who were working on this show, because I used to have people, those were the days. I can only dream of having people now. And we were looking at each other bemused, and what on earth is this woman talking about? She completely lost her mind. Then we figured out she was listening to another radio station, and through habit had called this one instead to complain about what was going on the other radio station. Tim in Welling texts, a bit off topic, but I'm just waiting for the first person to object to returning the 2021 census form, claiming it's an infringement of their civil liberties. Well, I don't think you'll have too long to wait, Tim. I think people have decided that ahead of time to save time later. Paul texts, time for a reminder that Britain cannibalised cows and created mad cow's disease. Its meat banned by the world. Great Britain is in no position to preach to China. Yeah, that's right. We had cows eat other cows. I mean, they didn't know that they were eating other cows, but that's what we were serving them. Because it was cheap. And then we had to burn them in big piles of cows. Poor cows. And the worst part was that their legs were sticking up in the air. Do you remember? If ever that happens again, then the way to do it is to dig 4 small circular holes in the ground and insert their legs in the ground so that their legs aren't in the air when you burn them. Either way, it smells like barbecue to me. This text says, where is Gavin Williamson? That's an excellent question. I think he's doing some research to figure out which country is best.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all, because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
He has completed his research. Yeah, good work, Gavin. We don't miss you at all. Hi, Wickham. Hello, Phil.
Hello, hi.
Philip.
I just love your programme.
Thanks.
You've had me on, so I've got to love it.
Yes.
It's very good. Now, I'm also very impressed that you're telepathic, because I was just about to scream and you took over and told that man about the robots and the Chinese, well, what you told him.
Not robots.
Affirmative. God, dear. I have travelled more places in China than he's had hot dinners in China or anywhere else.
Yes, they say that travel broadens the mind. In his case, it's narrowed it. He should maybe try a staycation next. He'll find much to disapprove of in this country too.
I tell you, when I go to China, I'm married to a Chinese lady.
Yes.
And I better be slightly quiet in case it's being listened into over there. My mother-in-law is a doctor. And she's a Chinese doctor. And she's whipped me into hospital. Well, she thinks she whipped me in once, and I went again. I had pneumonia. And the Chinese doctors, because I haven't seen, and I've never heard of any Western doctors being over there. One. That's all, just one. They're all Chinese doctors, but yes, they do have 2 types of medicine. But I tell you, you've got to be extremely rich to go for the herbal medicine. It's not cheap. It's much cheaper to go to the Western type medicine.
Right.
And it's brilliant. If you don't get diagnosed in 4 hours when you register, it's free.
So it's like ordering a pizza. If it doesn't arrive in 30 minutes, it's on the house. Huh.
And it's absolutely amazing. I haven't got time to tell you what happens, but, right. I mean, they said, you need a blood test. And I said, well, I'm flying back tomorrow. And they said, no, you're not. And by the way, the blood test takes 20 minutes.
I don't know
That's
how
all
long.
it takes,
Well, I don't know
minutes.
how long a blood test ordinarily takes, but it sounds like pretty toot sweet to me.
Well, if you've been to your doctors and the doctor says you've got to have a blood test,
yeah.
Obviously you have a telephone doctor's appointment now, and then it's another 2 weeks before you can get a blood sample taken. It takes another week to get the results. In China, it's about 20 minutes.
Right. Okay,
Because
well,
that's what it takes.
Well, it's when I next need a blood test, that's where I'm going. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. An unsolicited testimonial for the Chinese medical facilities. Mike says, how wrong that man was. Not that man, but the previous one who was who said that China was full of robots.
Negative.
He says, I've been to China and expected a somewhat strictured society. How wrong I was. Intellectually backward, Apple, Google, etc. buy AI from China. 50% of all new patents are filed by China. That's right. The smartphone in your hand was made in China. Pat texts, if humans had treated animals with more kindness and respect, we wouldn't be in this pandemic. Animals suffer so much because of people. Correct Amundo. Yes, we need educating. And on that subject, the kids are going back in a couple of weeks. But Chris Whitty isn't happy about it. You know, the science expert. Number 10 says science whiz Chris Whitty is positively delighted that the schools will all go back at the same time. Meanwhile, education sources said that the very same Chris Whitty was very unhappy with the plan. He's happy, he's sad, he's like the Mona Lisa. Tell us what you're thinking, Chris. Is that a smile or just gas? Both ministers and senior advisers want to Chris Whitty to publicly back a full return of kids to school. But he's said to be lukewarm. You know, like a Lido in the sun. It's lukewarm, but if you dive in, your limbs freeze on entry, and you sink like a stunned mullet. On the claim that science wit Chris Whitty is unhappy about the return to schools en masse, the Department for Education source said, I quote, absolute bull bleep.
Disgusting.
That's what they said, except they didn't say the bleep part. A Department for Education source said about the notion that Chris Whitty was unhappy about the return of schools en masse, it was absolute bull bleep. You believe that? That sounds like the sort of outburst that would get you the belt in my day. Didn't do me any harm. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Another less louty government source said the claim was categorically untrue. But that sounds more like the Department of Education, don't it? Not absolute bull bleep. I mean, that's an outburst, that is. Categorically untrue. Much more like it. Be polite. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Thank you.
SAGE have modelled the impact of sending all children back to school at once against a staggered year-by-year approach. Now, which do you think would come out top? But that's not what Bodger wants. And what Bodger wants, Bodger gets, usually. Ain't that right, Boris? They believe that sending all children back to school at once, say the experts, it will lead to a bigger rise in the R value than only a smaller number of children. Well, that's just blooming up. Even a dope like me can figure that out. However, government scientists have stressed that it's up to ministers to weigh up these risks against the well-being of children. Because, you know, that's what ministers are keen on, the well-being of children. That's why a newspaper had to beg its readers for some money to furnish the children of poor families with laptops they needed for homeschooling. That's why ministers had to be shamed into feeding hungry children by a Premier League footballer. That's why they produced an algorithm that mysteriously favoured private school children over state school children in their proxy exam results. It's just the Conservative Party's way of showing they care. And, OK, so that's the schools, and we know about the pubs. What else? Holidays. Anybody fancy a staycation? No. How about if it's all that you're allowed to take?
Yes.
The First Minister of Wales raised the prospect that staycations could be possible as soon as Easter, and that self-catering accommodation could be reopened in Wales, where it almost never rains.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Wales, but, you know. The First Minister of Wales, anyone? Anyone at all? First Minister of Wales, anybody? Oh, time's up. First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, said that allowing people to rent out a self-contained accommodation would be a big boost to the tourism industry. He said that following a meeting with tourism bosses, he was hoping to relax some measures around the Easter period. So, as I said before, it's always about red letter days on your wall calendar. Oh, everything must be done by, I don't know, that day there, because it's got a ring around it. Easter. So, this is what we're looking at. This is going to be the result of Boris's cunning wheeze, his roadmap. So the kids are going to be back mingling and super spreading every disease and icky coffee thing they've got. And then families will pick up their little darlings and roam about the country with them to self-catering accommodation. What could possibly go wrong? And as for abroad, well, the breaches of Europe might have to get along without us for a while. I mean, they dislike us when we're there, what with our loud, beery ways. Booze. And our demanding that everything looks and smells and tastes just like at home. But they're missing us now we're gone. And bad news to end on. You might not be able to get a haircut until May. And it could be the end of May. We'll all look like 1970s fashion failures by then. I currently look like David Cassidy from the back.